Good morning and welcome to the first annual Justice and Treatment Virtual Partnership Virtual Conference. We're pleased that you could join us. I see our numbers are continuing to grow very quickly, which makes us feel extremely happy. It's a cold day, but we have some heartwarming or very important things to talk about today. I am Justice Barnes. I'll be your chair today, but your host is going to be Erin Smith, and I'll introduce you to Erin in a few moments. Some housekeeping matters. You notice a Q&A button. The Q&A button is where we communicate, and so if you've got questions, do not hesitate to use the Q&A buttons for that. Some panelists have already joined us. We are always pleased to have our panelists join us, and for the panelists, we just remind the panelists to keep their cameras off and the microphones muted until it is their time to present. And we're going to hear from a number of experts today, people who have a lot of experience. And we just have to say that the views that they express are their own. They are not necessarily the views of the Association of Justice and Treatment Professionals or the International Association of Treatment Court Professionals. We are so pleased that they have joined us today. Now, Erin Smith is going to be your host. Let me tell you just a little about Erin. Erin is a counselor and intensive addictions case manager at the Peel Addiction Assessment and Referral Center, PARC. She has recently taken a lead role in the agency's drug treatment court program. Erin received her honors BA in communication studies from Wilfrid Laurier University, and she holds a postgraduate degree in addiction and mental health from Centennial College, in addition to a certificate in indigenous studies from Centennial College. Erin is excited about being a part of the AJTP and the current face behind our social media and marketing. She's very passionate about connecting the health and judicial sectors to provide a more trauma-informed approach to drug treatment. And as we gather, I think this is a good time for Erin to do a land acknowledgement. So Erin, stop.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Hello, everyone. We're so glad that you are here today. Before we get started with any speakers, we would like to complete a land acknowledgement. So we will begin our conference by acknowledging that we are meeting on Aboriginal land that has been inhabited by Indigenous peoples from the beginning. As settlers, we're grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, as we gather here, there have been Aboriginal peoples who have been the stewards of this land. In particular, we acknowledge the Anishinaabeg, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe Chippewa peoples, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this land. We also recognize the contributions of Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous peoples who have made both in shaping and strengthening this community, in particular, in our province and country as a whole. As settlers, this recognition of the contributions and historic importance of Indigenous peoples must also be clearly and overtly connected to our collective commitment to make the promise and the challenge of truth and reconciliation real in our communities. In particular, today we would like to bring justice for the lives lost in residential schools, as well as all the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls across our country.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, this is a 4-day conference, but today we're going to hear from experts who are going to talk about homelessness, restorative justice, talk about justice and treatment programs that target youth, talk about the optimal and suboptimal states of health. We'll also speak about how to adopt a trauma-informed approach in and out of the courtroom. There will be a panel discussion on how law enforcement, the criminal justice system, and treatment have reacted to the opioid crisis. And it occurred to me as I was getting ready for today, that it to be useful to share a lived experience by somebody with the initials SF, who's an alumni of the Winnipeg Drug Treatment Court. SF sent in this story, this lived experience, as part of the project called People, Places, and Things, which is a book about inspirational stories from people people across Canada. SF has titled his lived experience, or her lived experience, A Road Paved with Good Intentions. And it serves as a foundation. He says, or she says, never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I would end up in jail. Who? Me? I came from a middle-class family with no addiction issues, alcoholism or abuse. In my early childhood, I earned a master's in educational psychology in the area of counseling. I was a published author. I was a professional musician. I was a certified teacher and guidance counselor, hypnotherapist, massage therapist, teacher, English as a second language certified, father, son, friend to many. Yes, I once had a life. I had promise, I had hope, I had family and friends. Crack robbed me of all of this. By the time I reached drug treatment court, I had lost all of my possessions 7 times. Ended up on treatment 7 times, detox 7 times, being homeless, broke, picked up cigarette butts on the street, panhandled, and the list goes on. I'd been to counselors, rabbis, pastors, physicians, psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, and many other professionals for help. In the end, my worst enemy, myself, always led me to trouble, pain, hardship, loss, devastation, dereliction, degradation, and despair. Finally, on August 25th, 2009, I hit my bottom and did the unthinkable. I had been clean for 1 year at the time, living in a rural town as a resource teacher and counselor, working mostly with Aboriginal youth. One girl had committed suicide while I was there, and I had the ghastly task of cutting her body down from the pole on which she hung. It had a profound effect on me. As counselor at the school, I had to be there for the students, teachers, administrators, parents, and community. But who cares for the caretaker? I talked to a counselor a couple of times briefly, but really disregarded my own mental health while trying to provide it for others. I believe I suffered some post-traumatic stress from this experience, which was one of the factors leading up to my relapse and offenses, as I will now describe. You see, in drug court, I learned that I did not do well when I did not have structure in my life. As a teacher and guidance counselor, I had a summer off, which only meant trouble for me. So on that unforgettable day in August, I relapsed and truly hit bottom. I'd been using crack all day, had run out of funds, been ripped off, shut out of where I was staying. And I felt a sense of hopelessness, loss and futility of life. I hadn't seen my daughter in over 3 years. I was divorced, alone, unhappy, unfulfilled, and all I knew was that I needed more crack, not to feel good, not to feel alive, not to have a good time or be happy. No, those days of fun in using were long gone. I had no more payday loans available to me, nothing to pawn or sell anymore. And the thought came into my head that I should rob a fast food restaurant. I walked in not knowing what or how to do this, and quickly walked out, deciding not to go ahead with it. And then the synapses in my brain took over. In fact, they demanded more crack. I walked in and did the unthinkable. I committed my first robbery. Over the next 14 hours, the fear of getting caught, the fear of going to jail, the thought of incomprehensible shame, guilt, and remorse I may feel later did not even enter my mind. I went from robbery to the crack house, to the next robbery, and then back to the pipe, over and over again, until when I was finally arrested for 12 criminal charges, I honestly felt like saying to the officers, "What took you so long?" I have been clean and sober since. I spent 6 weeks in jail and got out on bail and went to a Christian ministry for a year. My prayers were answered when I finally got accepted into drug treatment courts. And from that day, my life has gotten better and better. Not without obstacles or struggles, of course. In the year and a half I was in drug court, I have never missed an appointment, was on time for every group except once, never failed a drug screen, and always had my eye on the big picture. I'll admit that my initial motivation for getting into drug court was to avoid a lengthy jail sentence, but I got so much more than that. 3 years later, I am still clean and sober. A working, tax-paying, bill-paying, honest, 12-step working, clean addict. I was fortunate to meet Michael, the best counselor I've ever had. And believe me, I have had many. He helped me through issues regarding my ex-wife, my daughter, my parents, and my family, my career, and my sense of self, and especially understanding what self-esteem really is. I feel it has grown immense. I feel I've grown immensely since then. He helped me learn that a guy like me needs structure in my life, needs a balanced life, that I need to realize what my release traps are and how to avoid them. Things like complacency, old habits, lack of self-care, these are all set up for failure for me. Although it was not too challenging for me to stay clean during that, as I had truly hit ultimate bottom, life issues such as losing my teaching certificates, being separated from my daughter for several years, family dynamics, and relations were things I really needed to wrestle with. My freedom is so important for me today. I treasure it and will never forget what it was like to lose it. So I put one foot in front of the other. I continue to go for aftercare with my counselor from the Winnipeg Drug Treatment Court. I go regularly to 23-step programs. I have a sponsor who I stay in close contact with. I pray and meditate regularly. My relationship with my family are improving. I try to accept the things I'm powerless over today and only try and change me. I always had good intentions. I wanted to please everybody. I wanted to make others proud. Unfortunately, my addiction took me to sordid places and robbed me of self-worth. Drug court taught me that I'm not as bad as I thought I was, gave me hope for the future, and literally saved my life. I will always be forever grateful to my counselor, Michael, and the program of the Winnipeg Drug Treatment Court. SF highlights the 3 E's of trauma. There was an event. He or she had an experience, and all of that had effects on him or her. I never met SF. I just found SF's story to be compelling. This forms the background and the backdrop of what we are going to discuss today, because as we talk about systems, as we talk about reasons, as we talk about determinants, as we talk about various processes, at the end, we are really talking about human beings and trying to create an environment where people can be safe and have a peaceful and better life. With that, Erin.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So I am going to introduce our first speaker for day 1 of our conference. So I am pleased to introduce Dr. Stephen Gates, who is a professor in the Faculty of Education at York University in Toronto, Canada. He is the president of the Canadian Observatory on Homelessness and the Homelessness Hub at York University, as well as the scientific director of Making the Shift, Youth Homelessness Social Innovation Lab. Dr. Gates works in collaboration with partners to conduct research and mobilize this knowledge so that so as to have a greater impact on solutions to homelessness, and in particular, the prevention of homelessness. In 2017, Dr. Gates was awarded the Member of the Order of Canada. So I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Stephen Gates, and if anyone has any questions, please just remember to put them in the chat, and we will address them at the end of the presentation. Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and that powerful story of someone with lived experience that captures so many of the dynamics that go to helping us understand the relationship between homelessness and extreme poverty and involvement in the justice system and people with substance use disorders. I'm going to put up my screen here to share, and at the end we can have questions. There we go. Okay. So you can see the title here. This is what I'm going to discuss. I've been doing, I used to work in the homelessness sector in the 90s, worked for the City of Toronto for a while, but I've been doing research since the 90s on homelessness, its causes, its conditions, and the solutions to homelessness. And so I'm going to focus a bit more on youth homelessness because that's where a lot of my research has done. But I want to just start with the context. Youth homelessness, in fact, homelessness writ large is often seen as an intractable problem in Canada. You know, that we've always had homelessness, we always will. It's something we just have to live with and, in a sense, put up with. But the reality is that modern mass homelessness really emerged in Canada in the late 80s and 1990s. For those of you who would be my age and were around at that time, you noticed a big difference, a big transformation as we started to see more and more people on the streets while we were de-investing in housing and cutting back social services and supports, that kind of thing. And so homelessness has grown. We're working to deal with it now, but I want to talk about that a bit and why maybe we're not doing as good a job as we could. Some of the data I'm going to give you here is from this report we did, the first national survey on youth homelessness in Canada, and some of it's quite compelling. So this piece of data here to me is one of the most important things we found from the study. Of all young people who experience homelessness in Canada, 40% have their first experience before they're 16 years old. And the tragedy in this country is that in most jurisdictions for those young people, we do nothing. There are no homelessness services if you're under 16. And that group is characterized by a lot more early childhood trauma and abuse and neglect, problems in school, involvement in child protection, etc. So they're by the time they're 16, a lot has already gone on that kind of sets people up for potential problems. This is an important thing too. In Canada, about 0.3% of young people are involved in child protection. Amongst young people experiencing homelessness, it's 59 or 58%, right? So transitioning from care is a pipeline to homelessness for many young people. You know, it's your 18th birthday, happy birthday, here are your clothes in a shopping bag, a plastic bag. And that's a problem not of the young people, it's a system failure that is producing the homelessness. We know well from research that prolonged exposure to homelessness has a profound impact on mental health and well-being. In our study, we found that 85% of young people were in the high symptom distress category, which if you applied that to the Canadian population, that would mean that people are either in inpatient or outpatient mental health care. And as many of you will know, that when people experience homelessness, getting access to mental health supports is a huge challenge. Criminal victimization. Now this we're going to come back to later, but we often frame young people who are homeless or adults as the problem we need to solve, that make us unsafe in society. But we know from research that young people who experience homelessness are exponentially more likely to be victims of crime than to be perpetrators. but yet our policing efforts in many jurisdictions focus largely on framing young people as the problem. Young people are at risk of exploitation and sex trafficking. As you can see from this data here, nearly 1 in 5. This is from a study by Covenant House International. 1 in 5 young people who experience homelessness report being trafficked. When they were doing this study, they spoke with young people at Covenant House in Toronto, which is an emergency shelter and transitional housing program. And they asked young people inside the building, have you ever been approached to work in the sex trade? So while you're inside, has this happened? And almost every young woman said yes. Because what happens is that pimps and their proxies, the young woman that they're forcing to work, will go into the shelters to pretending that they're homeless for the purpose of recruitment, right? And this kind of points to a big problem with our focus on emergency services, because when we warehouse young people who are homeless, we're essentially putting a big neon sign on top of the building that says, here they are, come and get them. And it points to the fact that as well-meaning as that emergency response is, it's not enough. Now, a lot of what I've just mentioned, the trauma, the criminal victimization, the mental health challenges, in addition to physical health challenges, leads to higher uses of substances. And all of you are greater experts on this than I am, but we can understand the relationship between trauma and substance use disorders. And, it doesn't surprise me in a way, right? Like, I've never personally been homeless, but I kind of figure that if I were, I think there are 2 things that I would probably do. One is I would probably use substances a lot more than I do now to take away the pain. And the other thing I would do is get myself a big, mean dog for personal safety. And I don't even like dogs, but a cat doesn't quite offer the deterrent effect that I'd be looking for. So we shouldn't be surprised that people experiencing homelessness often, not all of them, right, but often use substances. And the challenge is that whereas I can go into this is my home here. If I want to use substances, legal or illicit, I can do it with a fair assurance that nobody's going to know. Or probably nobody's going to care. But when you're homeless, most of your life is spent in public or semi-public contexts. So if you want to have a drink, you're sitting in a park or a street or alley. If you want to use illicit substances, it's in public. And that is one of the things that leads to a lot of involvement with the criminal justice system. That we force people into public places and spaces where they're under more surveillance and more likely to come into contact with law enforcement. So we also know that pathways off the streets, that young people, after they're exposed to homelessness, when they leave homelessness, it's often a difficult journey. They often don't recover well. They're not re-engaging with school or employment. They're not overcoming their social exclusion. So we have to think about, what's the purpose of our efforts and what should we be doing? And so this is just a summary of some of the things we know. Right? We wait too long to help young people. We shouldn't be waiting till they're 16. We need to take account of difference, that this is important. The fact is that Indigenous people in Canada are, overrepresented. LGBTQ, 2S people are overrepresented. Black people are overrepresented amongst the homeless population. So these are important. And if you look at the 4th one there, our emergency response does not prevent or end youth homelessness. This is how we respond to homelessness in Canada now. Just a second, I'm going to keep track of time here. There are 3 things you can do. You can focus on prevention, so try to stop things from happening in the first place. That's what we're doing with the pandemic. There's an emergency response, so shelters, that kind of thing. And then there's housing and supports, getting people out of homelessness and making sure they get housing and supports they need. The bulk of our investment is in that middle part, right? The emergency services, not just shelters, but soup kitchens, that kind of thing, but also, healthcare, law enforcement, these kinds of things all go into that cost. We're moving more in the direction of helping people exit homelessness through things like Housing First, but almost nothing about prevention, which is very odd. Can you imagine in the context of the pandemic if we said we're not going to do anything about prevention, forget vaccines, social distancing, masks, we're just going to build a really big emergency room at the hospital? People would say you're crazy, unless you're in Florida or something like that. Anyway, let's look at homelessness in the criminal justice system, right? There are things that we know from research, and these things many of you will be familiar with. There's a bidirectional relationship between homelessness and involvement with the criminal justice system. In other words, being homeless means you're going to have more criminal justice involvement, and being involved in the justice system increases your risk of becoming homeless. So there's a cycle there where there are certain points at which we could intervene to disrupt that cycle. So here's some data from the United States. It was in a report by the Urban Institute that shows that people who are incarcerated are more than once, are 13 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general public. Right? So that's an important piece of information, which suggests, is there a role in our criminal justice response to helping ensure people don't become homeless when they re-enter or are discharged, or etc. On the other hand, people experiencing unsheltered homelessness are more likely to have involvement with the criminal justice system than people who are in shelters. And so we have growing populations of people who are not going into shelters, in some cases for very good reasons. We've seen growth in encampments across Canada, that kind of thing. And the reason is, again, that they're spending much more of their time in public spaces. So why is there this relationship here? I think we need to take account of the fact that the status of being homeless carries with it great stigma. There's lots of victim blaming that goes on. Why are people so lazy? Why don't they just get a job? At parties, people come up to me with solutions like, what we need to do? We need to get people who are homeless to want to have a home. And it's like all of those things are wrong, but they're dangerous. We need to think about that intersectionality. The fact that people who are Indigenous and people who are Black are not only more likely to be homeless, they're also more likely to be involved in the criminal justice system. We have contested notions of public space. The word public isn't all that it seems to be. Public space is for some members of the public some of the time, but not for everyone. People who are homeless have lack of private space. We mentioned that before, which means they're forced to do things in public context. Lack of access to treatment. That's a huge issue in this country. And from that story, right, it's, it can take many episodes of treatment before their success. And also if we look at stages of change theory, like, you can't necessarily force people into a treatment if they're not ready, that kind of thing. We have to think about how that relationship between discharging people from prison, releasing them without any transitional supports, is that good policy when we know that discharging prisoners into homelessness is correlated with recidivism, which means that from a public policy perspective, lack of transitional supports is actually an investment in the production of crime rather than its reduction. And I mentioned lack of access to treatment again. I guess that means it's very important. Okay. So let's talk about the criminalization of homelessness in Canada. This is a concept that basically refers to how an element of our response to homelessness, which in many ways we're criminalizing it, right? We use law enforcement as a way to respond to what is essentially an economic and social problem. So when we talk about criminalization of homelessness, there are different elements of it, right? So one is the enactment of new laws and statutes that are designed to curtail or restrict the activities of people who are homeless. So things like the Safe Streets Act, which has its 21st birthday this year in Ontario. A terrible piece of legislation that was passed under Mike Harris. When they were first elected, the Harris Tories, the first thing they did is got rid of photo radar, so concerned with people's right to break laws on the streets. And when they were elected the second time, the first enacted legislation was the Safe Streets Act, which basically set out to restrict panhandling and squeegeing. The second thing is the disproportionate and discriminatory enforcement of existing laws. Like, the sad thing about the Safe Streets Act is that there are all kinds of laws on the books for misdemeanors that can be used to harass and intimidate people who are homeless, and they get used. You know, we've done research on ticketing, and young people are more likely to get ticketing for things like loitering or jaywalking or things like that or drinking in a park than the Safe Streets Act, right? So the point is that they get lots of tickets. Manipulation of the physical environment to discourage its use by people who are homeless. So in Toronto, about 10 years ago, we had a lot of vents from high-rise buildings in the downtown area that vented onto the sidewalks. You could walk across the grates, that kind of thing. The city actually spent money moving those vents from the sidewalks into the streets so that people who were homeless couldn't sleep on them, which, if they had taken that money and enabled people to get housing, it would have had better outcomes. Okay, increased surveillance and policing in public spaces by police and private security. This is something that we know is true. Increased incarceration of people who are homeless, right? So as a response, and sometimes that's for, it's for a full range of things. And then discharging prisoners into homelessness. So a lot of these things here are, again, touch points where we need to think about, like, could we do this differently? So how do we get here? Again, this is the Canadian response to homelessness. It makes homelessness a visible problem. And the emergency response includes, as I said, shelters and drop-ins, soup kitchens, special programs, but it also involves, in some jurisdictions more than others, certainly in the city of Toronto, the use of policing and law enforcement has been a major, major factor in how we respond to homelessness. And again, it comes back to stigma, which I mentioned, that it isn't just, the police aren't just operating on their own whim. There's a lot of public backlash against homelessness, and always has been, or at least since the 90s, where people don't want to see people are homeless. I remember in the 90s, people say, hearing reports, people from Buffalo don't want to come shopping in Toronto because there's so many homeless people, which I always thought, that's a bit odd. Like, seriously, from Buffalo, they're afraid of seeing homeless people. But the idea is that, people who are homeless are to be distrusted and are criminally involved, and these kind of things go way back historically, right? So our notions of youth, if you think of, even literature from Charles Dickens on, that kind of frames young people as being involved in these kind of situations, we need to be wary of them. So the other thing that happens is, in the 1990s, was a moral panic, right? So we had, as I said, the arrival of modern mass homelessness, which meant there were a lot more people on the streets who are homeless, a lot more people sitting on sidewalks, a lot more people panhandling. And then there was squeegeing that emerged as a new phenomenon. So the visibility of homelessness increased dramatically. And so we started to see political responses, the premier saying that they're nothing but thugs, who have to declare war on squeegee kids, and Mayor Mel Lastman. Remember the time when people thought he was the worst possible mayor we could have? And then things got worse in the last decade. So anyway, you had the politicians speaking out, saying this is a nuisance, it's bad for business, it's bad for people, it's a safety issue, I'm afraid to walk down the street, we have to do something. So the province introduced the Safe Streets Act, which at the time, they've changed they've edited the document or revised it several times, but at that time it had things such as, people who are panhandling near transit stops or banks or anywhere where the public frequents are subject to the law. Like anywhere that the public frequents is kind of means everywhere. So it was a law that didn't use the word homelessness, but was absolutely intended and targeted at people experiencing homelessness. So we did some research on the criminalization of youth homelessness about 10 years ago, and through Freedom of Information, we got access to ticketing data from Toronto Police Services, which was quite interesting. And so we interviewed a large number of young people and did surveys with 240 youth. We did qualitative observations. We worked with Justice for Children and Youth, a great organization, and did an analysis of the data. And so here are some of the key findings. So we didn't just go out there to say, like, what are the police doing that's wrong? We wanted to get a full picture of the kinds of things that kinds of encounters young people had with police, and so there, of that 240 young people, 25% had encounters with police when they were a victim of a crime. That doesn't necessarily mean they went and sought the support of the police. Of course, police show up at crime scenes, and then 13.6 when police stopped to help, right? So they would offer to drive them, somewhere, or get them food, or take them to a shelter. So there are some positive interactions there for sure. But there's also a lot of not so positive interactions. So almost 4/5 of young people reported some kind of encounter with police. Most of these they described as negative. 60% reported a stop and search in the past 12 months. And the other thing is they were receiving large numbers of tickets. At least 33% reported receiving at least one ticket in the past 12 months. 16.5% received more than one, and some had tickets in the hundreds. Most were for drinking in public and loitering. And ask yourself, when was the last time you received a ticket? And when was the last time you received a ticket that had nothing to do with automobile? The last ticket I received was about 3 years ago for speeding, and I've never received a ticket for jaywalking, which I have done. I'm looking around making sure no one's writing that down. Or, loitering, I suppose that's a pretty squishy term, right? So there's a lot of attention put on people. And one has to think about how and why this is justified when in criminal law in Canada, my understanding is, at least at this time when we did the research, was that police were expected to not ticket people if they felt there was very little chance that people could pay it, right? So don't use ticketing for people who have no money. And so there's an irony when we give tickets to people for panhandling. People are panhandling basically to get food or whatever they need, and now they have to pay a fine, and the tickets accumulate, and so it's quite harmful, right? So since the Safe Streets Act was enacted in 2000, the following 10 years, we saw a decline in panhandling and squeegeeing. So one could argue that the act had a deterrent effect, right? So on those terms, was it successful? I guess you could say that, right? So we had a drop in panhandling and squeegeeing, quite significant drop, both from our research, but also from City of Toronto research. So one would expect that over time, as the number of people who are panhandling and squeegeeing declines, you would see a decline in the amount of tickets being issued. But what you in fact see is quite the opposite. So this is over an 11-year period, all right? So in 2000, they were issuing about 750, they issued about 750 tickets under the Safe Streets Act. By 2005, it rose up to over 3,000. That was, some speculate that was driven by the fact there was a murder that somebody who was homeless committed, and then it became another moral panic that people who are homeless are murderers. And then you can see that by 2010, 15,000 Safe Streets Act tickets were issued. 15,000. So totally disproportionate response to what was actually happening on the ground. And so one has to ask, why? Is ticketing to address the offenses of people, or is it more a status offense that tickets are issued as a way of intimidating and harassing people in public spaces so that they move on? And so, this is then I think a serious problem and a question about not just policy but practice. Disproportionate use of law enforcement with people who are marginalized. And it's, as we're well aware, this isn't just the case with people who are homeless, but it's also the case with people who are Black in Canada and people who are Indigenous. And there's an intersection there as well between all three of those groups. So, okay. So what is the cost of the Safe Streets Act? Right. So we did some calculations, between 2000 and 2010, 67,000 tickets were issued in the city of Toronto for Safe Streets Act violations. 67,000. It's worth noting on a given night in Toronto now the population is around 7,000 people are homeless. So a lot of tickets being issued. The minimum value, now there's a range that you could use for the issuing tickets, but the minimum value I think at that time was about $70. So the minimum value of those tickets was $4 million. So that's $4 million of debt that is thrust upon people who do not have the means to pay that debt. And the cost of issuing at a minimum, this is just for the policing part, not having to do anything once it goes into a court system. But the cost, and we calculated for 15 minutes of police interaction, which is probably we don't know how much. So anyway, it was almost $1 million of Toronto Police Services services to issue these Safe Streets Act tickets. That's a lot of money that could be used to do other things, right? So there's an opportunity cost there that needs to be addressed. So there are other costs, though, that go with encounters with the police. Many people received a ton of tickets, other people didn't, but there is a smaller group that received a huge amount of tickets. That debt accumulates, and what the city does is after a certain period of time, a month or two, I can't recall the exact, the city sells the debt to collectors who will go and find people. So you imagine a scenario then where a person who's homeless wants to rent a place. They can't rent a place now because they need a credit check and they have a lot of debt, right? So you manage to get a landlord to take the person in. In spite of that, 2 weeks after they're housed, there's a knock on the door and someone says, you owe $4,400 for your tickets. You can't get a driver's license. There's all kinds of things then that come from that. And so the experience itself can be traumatizing. Many young people who experience homelessness never had any encounters with police until they were homeless. So this is a real problem in terms of how we respond to homelessness. Right? And so how do we come to this? So we talked a bit about some of the things like stigma, political pressure to make homelessness less visible. Often there's a real effort to get rid of street homelessness. Inadequacy of our response to homelessness. If we didn't treat homelessness the way we do, we wouldn't have to criminalize it. Gentrification pressures, of course, in Toronto are real and huge. And so these are a number of factors that go into it. But this social profiling piece is really important to consider. You know, that being homeless and recognized as being homeless by the Toronto Police Services or other police services is a factor then that can lead to more engagement and more negative encounters. And it's young people who experience homelessness see it as unfair, right? They see it as scary, threatening, and not helpful. It's hard to tell someone don't drink in public when they don't have access to private places to consume substances. Now, I'm wrapping up here soon, but and then we can have some questions, but I'm just going to stop on this quote from the speech from Jim Flaherty, who was Attorney General at that time, when they were introducing the Safe Streets Act legislation. He said, "Our government believes that all people in Ontario have the right to drive on the roads, walk down the street, or go to public places without being or feeling intimidated. They must be able to carry out their daily activities without fear. When they're not able to do so, it's time for government to act." Now, at first glance, that makes sense, right? Like, of course, people should be able to drive down the streets and walk down the streets, these kinds of things. And we don't want people to be afraid, right? But it's actually, the statement is highly problematic, right? If I'm afraid of walking down the streets in Toronto because of the people that I'm going to encounter, the color of their skin is different than mine, or the clothes that they wear are different, or their hygiene is different, and that scares me, I believe that law enforcement has absolutely no obligation, zero obligation, to address my fears by harassing people, by arresting them, by issuing tickets. There's a false logic there that underlies that. And we cannot let fear of people who are homeless or fear of people who are Black or Indigenous drive our policy or our practices. We're doing things in a very harmful way when we take that perspective. So I'll end here by going back to our response to homelessness. This is our current response, as I said, and it produces all these unintended consequences. And what we need to think about is, what if we did things a bit differently? Now, we'll always need the emergency response. That compelling story of the person with the lived experience at the beginning showed that, people are going to have things that happen in their life that are going to lead them into homelessness, regardless of how well we do on prevention. So we'll always need that. But we need to do a better job of helping people exit homelessness with housing and supports, right? People do better when they're housed and have supports, including dealing with substance use disorders, right? Like, I think it's incredibly problematic for people to deal with, if they have substance use disorders, to deal with them when they're homeless, when they're in crisis, when they don't feel safe, when they're experiencing trauma, right? When their life is inherently unstable. You're not going to get good outcomes when people are in that situation. However, if you provide them with housing with no preconditions, right? So not saying you have to instantly be in an abstinence-only situation, because for people with substance use disorders, that's a setup, that will lead them to fail. But give people the supports they need, including access to treatment. But give them the supports, money, help them re-engage, help them overcome trauma, right? You're not going to get to the bottom of the substance use disorder if we don't, practice trauma-informed care. But we also need to focus on prevention, something which in North America is a dirty word for some reason. We do very little on prevention in Canada and the United States. Other countries focus their whole homelessness strategy on prevention, right? So when somebody like our person with lived experience has that situation where they're in trouble and they wind up losing their home and their housing and things like that. Or even for people without substance use disorders, when people get evicted or their relationship breaks up or a young person has a fight with their family, we should find ways to make sure that their situation gets supported and that they don't wind up homeless. Because that research that I showed you at the beginning shows that when we expose people to homelessness for any length of time, things get a lot worse, including substance use problems. So if we could switch around how we respond to homelessness in Canada, we would have much better outcomes. And we need to give people the supports that they need to get, to overcome the challenges. But they can only really do that if we ensure that everyone has the housing that they need. And the question that many people would say is, well, won't that cost a lot of money? Well, there's a research done by Eric Latimer, an economist in McGill, who looked at 5 Canadian cities. What does it cost annually to keep a person in a state of homelessness? And in Toronto, the figure was $59,000 per person to keep people in a state of homelessness. So that means the funding for the emergency shelter system and homelessness response services. It means the funding for higher use of hospitals, particularly through the emergency room door, which is the most expensive gateway to the healthcare system. It means the cost of law enforcement and policing. Our current response to homelessness, that emergency response, is actually very expensive. For $59,000, you can get someone housed and also provide them with a whole lot of supports. Now, sure, they'll still use the healthcare system, but it won't always be through the emergency room door. So we can solve this problem of homelessness if we choose to. It's about our priorities. It's about fixing our public systems. It's about being innovative in the way that, the issues that you're going to be talking about today. It's about dealing and giving people the supports they need. We can do it, and actually we can afford to do it. We just have to have the will. So now I can open it up to any questions that people may have.
Thank you very much, Stephen. That was extremely informative. We just have a couple comments in the Q&A that I'm going to just read out. I think these are both very similar in nature in regards to perhaps stigma that we experience, especially as individuals who have access to housing. What does it look like when we're coming face to face with these individuals, let's say in Toronto, on the streets? So the first one is, you assume it is skin color or hygiene that people are afraid of. It is the aggression invading personal space that people are afraid of. Homeless people should not be harassed, obviously, but neither should anyone else.
Oh, I agree with that, right? I agree with that. And there are definitely cases of harassment. But we need to be careful not to generalize that to all people who are homeless, right? And so nobody should have to endure harassment or any kind of physical violence. But as I showed, I have other data that shows, as I said, that young people who are homeless are much more likely to be victims of crime than perpetrators, right? If we're afraid of people sitting on sidewalks, we should be asking the question, like, where else should they sit? And where else should they be? They're on sidewalks because they don't have other places to be.
Absolutely.
So if a person who's homeless is committing a crime, of course we need law enforcement, but we have to really ask, are the things that people get fines for that are mostly the outcome of the fact that people don't have private space, is that justifiable? And does it make sense from a law enforcement perspective to create financial hardship for people who have no money, right? And so certainly we need to balance, but we have to be very careful not to generalize. Not every person who's homeless is shouting out loud walking down the street. and they're there. I know that myself, right? But that's not every person who's homeless. In fact, it's a very small minority. And we want to be very careful to pass laws based on the actions of a small minority and apply to everyone, right? So
Absolutely.
if there's a crooked businessman out there, should we, apply major fines to all business people
Mhm.
because of the one or the small amount? So
Absolutely. Being mindful of our own biases and own stigmas as we're approaching these individuals and keeping in mind their situation as well. Thank you very much, Stephen. We appreciate all the information provided today.
thank you.
Take good care.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye. Okay, so next we have the privilege of introducing Brenda Morrison. So Brenda Morrison is Simon Fraser University's Director of the Center of Restorative Justice and an Associate Professor in the School of Criminology. She is a social psychologist with teaching, research, and field experience in outdoor education, governance, and justice. She completed her PhD at the Australian National University, where she also worked as a postdoc at the Centre for Restorative Justice. Internationally, she has presented papers at the House of Lords and UNESCO. Nationally, she is a research partner with PrevNet, Promoting Relationships Eliminating Violence Network, Children's Rights Academic Network, and serves on the board of Smart Justice Canada. She has also served on justice reform committees for the Ministry of Justice. In British Columbia, she serves on working summits for a justice system for the 21st century, led by the Attorney General's Office. The focus for her fall 2020 summit is diversion and alternatives to short-term incarceration. In her home community, she's an active board member for the North Shore Restorative Justice Society. So please welcome Brenda Morrison.
Thanks so much for that warm welcome, Erin, and thanks so much for the invitation, Justice Barnes. It's really great to be with you here on the West Coast of Canada. I'm just going to share my screen. Welcome, everyone. It's really great to be with you here today. Just one sec. Where is it? Clearly have too many things open here. It was here a minute ago. Where'd it go? Sorry about this. It was just here.
No problem, Brenda. Take your time.
Oh, I found it. There it is. There we go. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my presentation today is on restorative justice, and I'm going to talk mostly from the perspective of British Columbia, but I've worked around the world on these issues, but it's just, justice is often operationalized at a provincial level here in Canada, even though we're governed by laws across Canada. So that's going to be my focus today. And I wanted to begin with a land acknowledgement. I'm calling in today from a little island called Naklalaquam, otherwise known as Bone Island. It's on the traditional unceded ancestral land of the Squamish Nation. And I'm grateful to have raised my family here and for their stewardship of this land for time immemorial. It's interesting to think about those land acknowledgements in the context of restorative justice, because one of the tributary streams that influence the rise of restorative justice is from a First Nations perspective, because First Nations people around the world are disproportionately represented in our criminal justice system. So we have to ask ourselves, why is that the case? What is it about the way that we operationalize justice that it turns out that Indigenous people and other marginalized people are disproportionately represented in our criminal justice system? So it really, we really need to reflect on that and what we're doing within the mechanisms of justice when we reflect on this. So this is actually a slide of almost the view right out of my front window here from the little island of Naklalaklum. And I'm looking out across to the University of British Columbia out there on Point Grey. But what you see in the on the Salish Sea there is sort of two different sort of worldviews, or what I could see metaphorically as two different worldviews. In the background, you see the big tankers. And for me, that sort of represents the rise of the nation state and the industrial complex and this sort of transactional worldview of, that sort of came out of this economic lens of Homo economicus, that were these transactional beings, and the rise of the industrial state and the rise of the nation state are a particular worldview that informs how we think about the world. In the foreground, there's the canoes, and that represents the First Nations people of the land. And they come from a very relational worldview. And I'm always drawn to a quote from Liz Elliott, the founding director of the Center for Restorative Justice. She passed away 10 years ago this year. And she says in her book, Security with Care, she found that the problem was much deeper than a failed criminal justice system, that the work needed to begin in relationship to each other. So relationship to the land and relationship to ourselves. And so it develops a deep relational lens of the way we think about the world beyond this transactional worldview. And restorative justice is a relational form of justice. And the question is we don't necessarily have to work, keeping these two worldviews at odds. The real challenge for the field of restorative justice and other relational practices and treatments within the context of justice is to think about where are the relationships in here? How can we address the root causes of the relational needs of the people involved here? So that picture brings up a lot for me, and we can dive into different conversations. And so when we think about worldviews, we can think about the power of the lens that we look at. So the lens in which we see the world, our worldview, is really important. And the grandfather of the field of restorative justice picked up on this. Howard Zerr, back in 1990, wrote a book called Changing Lenses. And he was a photographer. And so this metaphoric idea of the lens that you use actually really shapes the way that you see the world. And so changing lenses became the metaphor for the field of restorative justice. And he's known as the grandfather of restorative justice. He works down at Eastern Mennonite University in the United States. But his original view and how he developed this actually began on reflections of what he saw happening in Ontario with the Elmira case. And so I'm going to get onto that. But what's really interesting to me is that Canada is seen as one of the leaders in the field of restorative justice. And even though we're seen as the leaders, and people like Howard Zerr picked up on that and developed his own practice in the United States, we haven't really integrated the idea and the lens of restorative justice within our broader society and within our legal system. So lenses are powerful. And when you apply a new lens, then it leads to different outcomes. You ask new questions. And so Howard Zerr took the three sort of dominant questions of a state institutional process of social control over, over members of the nation state. And so when you look through that lens, the standard criminal justice lens, you ask, what rule has been broken? So we have a criminal code. Who did it? What do they deserve? So, what rule has been broken? The police can't respond until a rule has been broken, until there's been a rule violation. Who did it? That's the work of the courts to to determine guilt or innocence. And then we hand down some punishment as a mechanism of social control with the primacy of deterrence. That if we have this deterrent factor, the punishment out there, that will lead to some either specific deterrence for the alleged offender or general deterrence for everybody else. That we have this idea that this fear of punishment acts as a mechanism of social control. And so it's a very fear-based system. It's a very fear-based system. And those are the questions that we hold up in the name of justice, in the name of the nation state. Howard Zehr asked a series of different questions. He says, who's been hurt? What are their needs? Whose obligation is it to respond to those needs? So it's more of a relational approach. And instead of being offender focused, as we do in the nation state, in our criminal justice end, it's more victim focused. And we know that from the data that most people in our criminal justice system are actually victims, often in childhood, before they become offenders. So this changes lenses. And when we change lens and we ask different questions, we might end up with different solutions. So it comes back to our worldview, and then how we want to operationalize this idea of justice on behalf of all the citizens of the nation state. So Howard Zehr held up three main ideas or ideals in thinking about a different vision for the operationalization of justice. He says, respect. Everybody involved needs to be offered equal respect. Offenders, victims, their families, the community. Respect should be a fundamental human right, as it is. And we operationalize it differently within our different worldviews and mechanisms of justice. But we also have to take on responsibility. We have responsibility for our behavior, and we have to own that and internalize that we can't just let other people take care of our problems. We need to take on equal responsibility for harm caused and for the development of healthy relationships. So the relationship focus is really important to restorative justice. And excuse me. And we know when we're in healthy relationships with each other, something that we call ontological security, knowing who we are and where we belong. When we have healthy relationships with ourselves, with the place we call home, with each other, we're less likely to hurt ourselves and others and behave in criminal behavior. So what is this idea of restorative justice then? So according to Susan Sharp, who's another wonderful Canadian that was here when the field was blossoming here in Canada. She says, restorative justice is a justice that puts energy into the future, not into what is past. It focuses on the needs to be healed, on what needs to be healed, what needs to be repaired, what needs to be learned in the wake of a crime. It looks at what needs to be strengthened if such things are not to happen again. So it's very preventative in its focus. And in operationalizing it, we invite full participation and consensus. So that means everybody affected by the harm or the crime should be involved because we're all affected in different ways. And that we need to come together in terms of a form of norm clarification. That's the consensus building in terms of the reparation of harm. We need to heal what's been broken. Of course we do, because a broken society leads to more fragmentation. We need full and direct accountability. What she means by this is that while the accountability to the nation state is important, accountability to each other is actually more important, because it goes back to that relational web that we need to be accountable to each other. So we call that horizontal accountability, direct accountability to those harms and to our communities. We have to reunite what has been divided, because harm divides us, it fragments us. It's not a sign of a healthy society or community. And we have to strengthen the community to prevent further harm. And so different models of restorative justice do that in different ways, invite the community and to operationalize that restorative justice process. So I'm going to quickly go through three main models of restorative justice. And like I said before, Howard Zehr, the grandfather of restorative justice, learned from early developments here in Canada. So there's a famous case, it's called the Elmira case. It happened in 1974 when a probation officer was in charge of two young offenders who came before him. They had vandalized an entire community in a drunken rampage. And Mark decided that instead of taking them to court, where they'd be handed down some punishment, that those young people should really be directly accountable to those harmed in the village through their drunken rampage. So they went door knocking and apologized for the harm that they had caused. And that led to the very first, what was called at the time, the Victim Offender Reconciliation Program. And that first case, and I should say that Mark is a Mennonite, so one of the influences of restorative justice in those early days came through the Mennonites and their worldview that led to this new idea of restorative justice, direct accountability to those harmed at a community level, and repairing the harm at a community level, in this case in the little place called Elmira. And so that led to community justice initiatives, creating a community-based nonprofit in Kitchener-Waterloo. It's really, if you've never been to their website, you should. They're doing remarkable things. Their practice has grown remarkably since those early days. So they were founded in 1978, and that led to a community justice initiative nonprofit here in British Columbia, and that was founded in 1982. And they were the really early innovators of this idea of restorative justice here in Canada. And that early work in victim offender reconciliation programs at a community level led eventually to a partnership with the Correctional Service of Canada, operationalizing and providing victim offender mediation, which is now called the Restorative Opportunities Program. And so it's for very serious crimes. And often the people have already gone to jail, those found responsible for the crime. So we're talking murder, rape, and other very serious crimes with a sentence greater than 2 years. And they have a restorative justice process that works in partnership with our established criminal justice system. And the outcomes are remarkable. And you can read about them on their website. But my point is that this was the early innovations of restorative justice. Both are around today. They're community born and community led, and they emerged out of a particular worldview of direct accountability at a community level for the crimes caused. When Canada was reviewing the death penalty way back in the 1980s, a justice committee was set. It was chaired by David Dobney back in the day, and he set out across Canada to talk to Canadians to see if we should be bringing back the death penalty or not. And in that process, he discovered the work of CJI in Ontario in particular, but also the work out here in BC. And he went back after talking to citizens across Canada, and he wrote a book called a report called Taking Responsibility. And that and because it was about taking responsibility, one of those 3 R's that Howard Zare put forward, that responsibility, direct responsibility for the harm caused, and giving back to the victims and the community are really important part of our justice proceedings. And so he wrote that report back in, together with the committee members in 1988, because taking responsibility is really a key feature of restorative justice. That led to amendments in our criminal code in the mid-1990s about direct responsibility to offenders and the victims. And that also with those amendments to our criminal code, that we should be using less restrictive sanctions. You know, relying always on punishment is not the main idea. But so less restrictive sanctions, when possible, should be used in all cases. This also led to changes within our Youth Criminal Justice Act, and affirming these ideas that come from a restorative justice framework, a relational worldview, that we need to reinforce respect for society values. You know, what keeps us in harmony and good relationships with each other. That reparation of harm done to victims and the community should be central to healthy relationships and keeping people out of harm's way. And that the sanctions that come out of a restorative justice process need to meet people's needs, and they should be appropriate to their level of development. And that we need respect for cultural diversity in a pluralistic Canada. So that early work in the terms of the development of victim offender mediation and reconciliation process that came out of the Mennonite community led to a lot of changes, but other things were happening at the same time. So down in New Zealand, they developed something called family group conferencing, because Maori people are disproportionately represented there as well. And they turned to the Maori people and they said, what do we need? What do we need to do? Because what we're doing is clearly not working. And so they were early innovators in policy development. And so they had strong policy that came in the late 1980s. That led to influence that moved into Australia, and it's called family group decision making, which grew out of family group conferencing, and that came over to Canada about the same sort of, you know, in the late 1990s. It moved into Canada. We the RCMP in particular started using something called community conferencing. And here in British Columbia, influenced by the development of the YCGA in 2006, we started using family group conferencing in partnership with the Ministry of Children and Family Development. And now we're working, so that led to 2 things here in British Columbia. So we developed a police diversion program, mainly in partnership with the RCMP. So we're diverting young people away from the courts, led by community-based programs here in BC, but also developments within the Ministry of Children and Family Development using this model of family group conferencing. And so now we have youth probation officers. We have about 8 different ones. So now we're diverting young people away from the court again, but now at the court level, not the policing level. But we also developed family protection policies based on family group conferencing. And the difference between these 2 models is that a victim offender mediation often only involves 2 people, the victim and the offender, having a dialogue, a collaborative dialogue about the harm caused and reparation of that harm caused. With family group conferencing, the model expands and not only includes the two people, but their community of care, in particular, the family. And so the model becomes broader from a dyadical model to also include family members and what we call their community of care. So the model is broadening and causing more influence because there's more people involved. And we can also repair relationships. But it's not only the reparation of the relationships that's important, it's that because we're relational beings, we know that the participation of people that we respect and care about influences the outcome of the process. And so I'm going to get onto that in just a little bit. Meanwhile, up in the north, we have Judge Barry Stewart, a circuit court judge up there in the early 1990s. And there's also influence in the field of restorative justice. And so as a circuit court judge, he was seeing the same offenders in front of his bench every single day. And he said, I have to do something different. And so he turned to the First Nations up in the Yukon and asked, what would you do? And from that process, he started doing something called circle sentencing, and which became peacemaking circles. And here the model becomes even broader. So not only do you have the victim and the offender present in the process, along with their communities of care and their families, you have the wider community participating in the process. So there's even more potential for social influence when you broaden who's in the circle even more. And so now we have circle sentencing emerging that is also influencing the practice of restorative justice here in Canada. Those processes, because Indigenous peoples are disproportionately represented in our criminal justice system. Federally, we developed the Aboriginal Justice Strategy in 2007. Here in British Columbia, we have 30 different programs, and they're operationalized across British Columbia in different ways. The Stolo Nation has a practice that's a little bit different than what's happening up in Alert Bay. We have in Vancouver, we have the Vancouver Aboriginal Transformative Justice Society. And building on the last presenter's presentation, the homelessness is built in, the need to address homelessness is built into the process. And so we can keep the complexity of people's lives alive in processes that allow for that complexity. And that's what restorative justice does. We also have the Punky Lake Wilderness Camp, and they're doing remarkable things up there as well. So up there in the Punky Lake process, up in Williams Lake, they're being extremely innovative. They have the community-based approaches to restorative justice and peacemaking. They do sentencing circles. They also have another partnership in partnership with the Correctional Service Canada, which is called the Work to Give program. The Work to Give program, instead of giving back to the victim, which is important and can be enacted through a range of processes, it's about giving back to the community that has been disproportionately harmed by criminal behavior. So it's a really innovative program called Work to Give. There's wilderness camps that take people back to the land to build their relationship with the land. That takes me back to that first quote by Liz Elliott, that our relationship with the land and place is really important too. And they work in partnership with the whole spectrum of the criminal justice system. And so it's important to get these things into policy, and policy is only one side of the equation. You can't do things different without there being policy, but actually changing that worldview is much harder. Getting out of our ritualistic habits, whether we're being a police officer, a judge, a member of a jury, working for the corrections, getting out of our rhythms, our habitual rhythms that come up with the rise of the economy and just doing our job. We need to move beyond that. So we've done a lot of policy development here in British Columbia. So Jeff Cowper, a QC here in British Columbia, he started thinking about a justice system for the 21st century and advocated for increasing, funding and performance indicators to increase restorative justice programs. This went on to the development of a timely and balanced justice system. What does that mean? There was a development of a white paper. In British Columbia, we have over 60 different community-based restorative justice programs. They're called community accountability programs. Just a few years ago, we developed the Restorative Justice Association of British Columbia that's there to support these programs. We're seeking the policy recommended that we seek to work across the different ministries that hold up the nation state, everything from our Solicitor General's office to our Attorney General's office to MCFD, the Ministry of Children and Family Development. So we're doing all these things, but it's all in policy. We have Daryl Placas, who is the parliamentary secretary on crime reduction in 2014, making similar recommendations. But it's slow business. The average citizen doesn't know that restorative justice is, restorative justice is a right, that they have victims' rights, that they should be afforded the opportunity for a restorative justice program. So I'm going to take from the words from our former Chief Justice, Beverly McLaughlin, who delivered a speech at the Comox Restorative Justice Forum that they have every year in honor of Iona Campanola. She says, restorative justice is an old idea that we have lost, and we must return to the roots of justice and recalibrate the intent of justice. And we must find ways for restorative justice to coexist with this current dominant model and infuse as much restorative justice as we can at as many levels as we can. Restorative justice is not a panacea, but we must take risks. And that's what we haven't done. We haven't taken the risk. We're maintaining the status quo within our justice system because restorative justice is a powerful idea for healing and a new way forward. So just a little bit of stats. We know from randomized control trial that we get increased apologies when we use restorative justice, decreased vengeance. We can reduce the idea of fear when we use a restorative justice process. And for victims of crime, we can reduce their symptomology around post-traumatic stress. And in terms of recidivism rates, there's a lot of numbers here, but the main point is that restorative justice reduces recidivism within our criminal justice system. It makes moral and economic sense. So with that, again, here's a beautiful picture from the west coast of Canada, where we're gonna leap forward into a new way. We just need to work a little harder. And as the last presenter said, we have lots of policy. We just need the will of government and the people that it represents in moving forward. That's it. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much, Brenda. As of right now, we don't actually have any questions in the Q&A. One question I wanted to ask are, what are some tactics or strategies we can use to implement more restorative justice techniques across the nation in different sectors?
I think we just really, we need a public education program. I think governments will respond when people, the average citizen, knows that there's a new imagination for justice. Mm-hmm. And I think we need a significant information and education campaign, and that doesn't rely on lots of stats. We have so much data, but to sort of, begins with new stories of new imagination, and then is backed up by the data that we need a new imagination. We're not going to move forward without people really imagining themselves in a restorative justice process that imagines a new way forward that builds on what we have. Like, we don't want to, flush out the baby with the bathwater sort of thing. So it's about our own moral imagination. I think that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your time, Brenda. Very informative. And again, we don't have any questions in the Q&A at this time. So feel free to leave up your slide point, or if you want to, oh, hang on a second. We have a question here. Okay, so question from Cindy E. Brenda, for you is, I am a youth justice coordinator, and I would like to know how to get more police involved with diversion.
Yeah, well, the police, it's getting the police involved is sometimes challenging. I'm a board member with our local restorative justice group, North Shore Restorative Justice, and we have very good partnerships with them. And here in BC, we have it a little bit easy because the way that these CAP programs are operationalized. So we often have office space in their policing agencies, but often they don't change until they're like, we just started, the way we started, and we've been around for 25 years now, we started inviting them to participate in restorative justice process. And so we were more proactive. So we would just have trainings, and to those trainings, we would just invite the police to join us, because it's through the experience of understanding something different. They can rely on the data. The data is important to changing minds and hearts, but it's the experience that's more powerful. So we just started inviting them, come to and turning up at their briefings at the beginning of their watch, and just building relationships. It all comes down to building healthy relationships and building trust over time. And so developing healthy relationships with the policing is really important, and just inviting them into your world. Just keep on inviting them into their world. And it's a long process, but it's a remarkable process. And I would also, there's a group down in Boston, Massachusetts called ROCA. And there's a remarkable story, and I would definitely go to their website and look at what they're doing. But I remember being down there a number of years ago when I was working in Philadelphia, and there was a police officer, and the woman who ran ROCA used to always yell at them like a little yappy terrier, and then she did exactly what I just described. She started inviting the police in, building relationships. And when that police officer retired, he went to work for ROCA, because that's what worked.
Amazing. And that's exactly the purpose of our committee here, right? Justice Barnes has this vision of connecting and making those relationships, because those are the vital components of what's going to contribute to a restorative justice across this nation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Brenda.
I really appreciate it.
We appreciate you speaking.
Thanks.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Take care. Okay, so we have two speakers coming up next. I'm just going to introduce the both of them, and then I will give the floor to them. So first we have Miriam Henry, who has been an assistant Crown attorney for almost 25 years, specializing in youth work. For many years, Miriam enjoyed her role as the team lead of the Crown's office at 311 Jarvis Street and dedicated youth court in Toronto, where her initiatives helped to reduce incarceration rates for youth. While at 311 Jarvis, Miriam case managed young people through such specialty courts as the Aboriginal Youth Court and the Community Youth Court, enabling youth people to reconnect with their heritage and get much needed support for mental health and addiction issues. Miriam also specializes in the intersection of child welfare and youth criminal justice and has worked extensively to facilitate better outcomes for this particular population of youth. Miriam participated in the development of process and practices at 311 Jarvis that improved outcomes for youth. Currently, she is a Crown Lead for the Toronto Northwest Justice Centre, an initiative of the Ministry of the Attorney General to create a Centre of Justice for youth across a sectional collaboration and supported by local community justice service providers. Miriam has been recognized for her contribution to youth justice and has won a number of professional awards for her innovative approach to youth social justice. We also have Mike Brooks, and as the Manager of Social Justice Centres at the Ontario Ministry of the Attorney General Criminal Law Division, Mike Brooks works with partners from across sectors and provides expert advice on innovative crime reduction and criminal justice initiatives. In his previous roles at the Ontario Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, Mike helped catalyze efforts to move the needle on education and employment outcomes for youth through the Collective Impact for Disconnected Youth initiative, piloted in communities across the province. Mike's commitment to involving community in co-creating solutions has twice earned him the Ontario Public Service Amethyst Award for the Youth Action Plan and Long-Term Affordable Housing Strategy, as well as the inaugural MCYS Deputies Den Award. So I welcome you both, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Mike, I think you're on mute.
Of course I'm on mute. Can folks hear me now? Okay. Hi, folks. Pleasure to be here. Miriam and I do, of course, have a set of slides to share. It wouldn't be a government presentation if we didn't have a set of slides. So I will share my screen, but before we do, I think it makes sense just to give a little bit of basic context around what we'll be talking about today, which is Ontario's approach to justice centres. Both Miriam and I work for the Criminal Law Division here at the Ministry of the Attorney General, and we're really careful in the language we select to talk about justice centres. You won't hear us use language like program. You will hear us use language like court model. And that's actually where we ought to begin today. And I will share my screen. If I can.
Mike, I'm wondering if you could turn your volume up. I see somebody asked to have that turned up.
Certainly I can do that as well. Okay. Is this a little bit better?
I think so.
Okay, thanks, Miriam. Okay, well, let's begin. We always like to start here, and we use this language of recalibrating, and we really do want to see this work as appropriately recentering human beings in this court process. Through line of our presentation today will be really centering the needs of not only people, but families and communities as well. And we like to talk about justice centres as a way of doing justice a little bit differently. It's a bit of a reimagining of how the court system and the court model in Ontario can work. And of course, we can't do that alone. A core element of our work is working with communities in a way that we can both borrow some lessons learned from, if folks are familiar with the science of collective impact, identify a bit of a common agenda and a common way of approaching these really complex problems. So throughout, you'll also hear us talk about the people that we're working with, the people that have helped us on the way, because truly without them, we would not be anywhere. As well, we're here today to talk specifically about justice and treatment partnerships can help with young people and improve outcomes for young people and their families. Justice centres in Ontario is beginning with some smaller scale initiatives at the pilot stage, and they're in 4 communities across the province. We're here today to talk about one in Toronto, but there are actually 2 in Toronto, one that has been launched in London, and a 4th that is just on the cusp of being launched in Kenora, Ontario as well. Really importantly, each and every one of those pilots have a different focus. They focus on a different population, and they have tailored interventions that are focused at different points along the continuum of criminal justice. So, for example, in our London Justice Centre pilot, the focus remains on young adults who are disconnected from both school and work, sort of those traditional systems of support for young people. Our focus in the Toronto Downtown East pilot remains on adult chronic offenders who are at that intersection of mental health, addiction, and housing instability and homelessness. And then our pilot in Kenora, Ontario is focused on Indigenous well-being. I'll let Miriam speak to the focus and the realities of our pilot here in the Toronto Northwest. Now, having said that, perhaps we can talk a little bit about what a justice center is. It's not a new model. It's actually been introduced in a number of different jurisdictions across the globe. Some real good lessons learned from Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and of course, we do have just some glimmers of this work beginning in Canada as well. We often talk about justice centers as the combination of two main ingredients. On the one side, we've got elements of a problem-solving court model, so something like an adult therapeutic court or a drug treatment court. There are lessons learned from that world. And then we also have a second ingredient, which is more of a community hub model. And there's a real emphasis on co-location of services here. We also expand the definition of what it means to have a focused population to not only include individuals who are accused of a crime and in contact with the justice system through that door, but we also focus quite strongly on victims as well and communities harmed by the offense too. So it is quite a big tent, if I can say it that way. Finally, the thing I will mention here about justice centers is that for Ontario, it does make sense for the provincial government to have quite a strong role. One thing that we're able to bring to the table is not only the mandate to administer justice in the province, but as well the role of convening. We have quite a lot of leeway to bring people together and create new partnerships as well. So I'd ask for folks today who are listening to keep an eye out for how that's actually played out in the Northwest, because there's some really innovative partnerships that simply just didn't exist before this work began. So having said that, I really will just drive home that each of the pilots are different. You'll hear us do a bit of a deeper dive into one of them focused on young people with Miriam, who has expertise in that area today. But if folks are interested in the other pilots, please do follow up with us. We've got the 4 that are either launched or on the just on the cusp of being launched as well. Having said that, I do think it probably makes sense to talk a little bit about our Toronto Northwest pilot. Miriam, I'll control the slides. You can just let me know when to shift over, but perhaps this is the moment where you can tell us a little bit about what we're doing in a large swath of Toronto.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. Yes, what you see on your screen now is the map of the jurisdiction that the Toronto Northwest Justice Centre covers. This is the same jurisdiction that the courthouse 2201 Finch Avenue West also covers. There are 6 divisions. And the reason that we take a moment to take a look at this map is that just to have a sense of the amount of different communities that are captured amongst these 6 divisions. It is north of Steeles, east of the DVP, west of the 427, and 22 division goes right down to the lakeshore. So in that huge geographic area are a number of different communities. If we move to the next slide, the reason we chose this geographic catchment area is because we know that there are a number of communities within this area that have already been identified as areas that need improvement, which means they have been recognized to have systemic chronic issues around housing insecurity that leads to other issues in terms of difficulty accessing education, employment difficulties, etc. So what do we know about the people who live in the Toronto Northwest? We know that there are a high percentage of people who identify as racial minorities. And why is that important? Because we know that people experience the world differently, and therefore they experience criminal justice differently, and race is one of the differences. This is also important because we know that there are a number of different communities that have different cultural influences that are in this catchment area. We know as well that there has been, during COVID, a disproportional impact of COVID on certain communities, those who are in forward-facing jobs, who live in multi-generational housing, who have smaller homes and COVID spreads easier, et cetera. And so we know that there's been a disproportionate impact, and the impact of COVID has been incredibly traumatic. We also know that although all sorts of things stopped during COVID, gun violence did not stop at all, in fact, unchanged. And we do have information about the amount of violence in the Toronto Northwest, the amount of gun violence, and we know that that violence causes significant trauma to the community and to those who actually directly experience the violence, but that we know that many members of the community experience trauma every single time that there is a shooting. So what do we know about 2201 Finch Courthouse? That we know it's not that different from many courthouses, that when young people are arrested and released, there is often a large delay until their first court appearance, somewhere between 6 and 12 weeks, depending on a number of factors. During COVID, that's been manipulated a bit, but there's a big period of time where they are on bail conditions, arrested and released, but yet not before a court. We know that when they do come before the courts, there are multiple adjournments. They need a lawyer. It takes them a while to get a lawyer. They then need to speak to their mothers. They then not sure. The families are not sure. And the process, they keep getting adjourned. We know that young people, when they come into criminal justice, some of them have significant issues. And while the system is slowly trying to manage in terms of retainer and disclosure, some of those young people we know get rearrested while the system slugs along. We also are aware that, and this isn't particular to 2201 Finch, but robbery is a significant charge for young people for a variety of reasons. And in the Northwest, there's a high percentage of young people who come into the system charged with robberies as an indictable personal injury offense. So that's some of the background. And we know that there are systemic factors. We have done a needs review, looked at all the reporting that has been gone on and the research that's done on these particular communities. And we've spoken to people, their lived experience, we've spoken to community partners, and we have a picture of what the experience in the Toronto Northwest is. So if we move to the next slide, what we decided to do is, how are we going to address these issues? So some of the issues that we know is that young people come into courts and they start accumulating charges. We know that young people come into criminal justice and they're dealt with by way of their offense and not by who they are. So if you come into court on a minor offense, the court, write an apology letter and then it's all withdrawn, your problems aren't addressed and you come back into the system yet again. The system responds to the offense. And if it's a minor offense, then they respond to the offense, but not the offender in the same way that we do. So what have we done? We have created a number of pilots to try to tackle the issues that we know exist in criminal law and to have a restorative approach in the process. So the 6 police divisions, what we have done, those officers are now releasing young people directly to the Justice Center for their first appearance. That is a significant change. And that change, they come to the Justice Center at 3 weeks from the time that they are released by the police. Our bail court at 2201 is also releasing young people directly to the Justice Center 3 weeks from the time of their release. Young people are provided information about the Justice Center and they can contact us well before their court appearance. And in fact, we encourage them to do so and some do that. The idea is that they come in on day one and they are met by a system navigator, a case manager, a person who does a wholesome, full intake interview of them. And that intake interview is to get a sense of who it is, the person, not the offense. We know that. We get that information from the police. It is who are you and what has brought you into criminal justice? And depending on what the information is gleaned from that intake, there's a set of referrals that happen in the Justice Center. We have a psychologist, a clinical social worker who can do immediate counseling for young people. And when I say immediate, within days of a referral. That's unheard of in criminal justice. That person can do a deeper dive needs assessment. If we determine from our intake that we need more information, that there's more happening. We have an in-house psychiatrist that if we determine that a young person has significant issues that we can, with mental health, that we can have a psychiatrist come and assist them. We have an education advocate who's a lawyer and a social worker, and whose job is to link young people back to their education and to deal with expulsion hearings, suspension hearings, credit recovery, and help families navigate the education system. Because one thing we know is that young people are governed by different systems. If they're in care, they're governed by child welfare. All of them are governed by the education system. And when they come into criminal justice, they're governed by their bail orders and their probation orders. And those systems don't speak to each other. And one of the things we try to do in Justice Center is make sure that the systems that are impacting young people speak to each other. So our education advocate is a link into education. And our psychologist and psychiatrist is a link into mental health. And so that we can make sure that they're properly, we know who they are. We know their offense, but we know who they are. Then all that information gets taken and turned into an individualized plan. That is a plan that is culturally appropriate to the person. Are you a boy or are you a girl? Are you a recent immigrant? Are you a third generation? Who are you? What is your racial background? What's your cultural background? And then we try to provide an individual plan to meet your identified needs, housing, education, resume building, whatever that might be, but link it to an organization and a person that you're actually going to relate to. Our individual plans last beyond the criminal charges. Our individual plans have embedded community partners in the Toronto Northwest that have never been traditionally embedded into criminal justice referrals. And so, and that's why they're racially and culturally reflective of the young people that we serve in the Toronto Northwest. Two things happen with this pilot. And the brilliance of this pilot is that young people, if they want to have a trial, can come into the Justice Center, get these services, go right back to 2201 and go through the criminal justice process. And we know in court, in criminal law, a lot of the restorative programs, a lot of the diversion programs are dependent on young people acknowledging the facts that brought them into court. You can have a trial, that's your right. You don't have to agree with what you've been charged with. But we do all know you're 14, you're not in school. That's a problem everybody can agree with. And that's what we're going to work on because your life outcome will be better. The other pilot that we have as part of this, everything is the exact same that I've described. But once we've done all of this work, then we have a really good sense of that young person. And if that young person wants to resolve their charges and the case is an appropriate case for that to happen, we keep it at the Justice Center and we case manage them at the Justice Center and resolve their matters at the Justice Center. We control our dockets, so we call the list in a way that's sensitive to those who are on the docket for whatever reasons they may have. And we are flexible with the return time so that we work around school schedules, etc. We know that by bringing services to young people, we speed up the criminal justice process at 2201, and young people come in the system and out of the system faster, which is one of the things we know is important. For the interest of time, I'm going to move to the next pilot. The next pilot is the robbery pilot. And as I said from the start, robbery is a really interesting charge. And the reason we've chosen this as our charge, because we are offender-based, like we look at the person and we make decisions around the person, but this is an offense-based that allows you to come into the Justice Center. And the presumption is if you want to resolve your matters and you're charged with a robbery, you can keep that case at the Justice Center and do global resolutions with other cases if they're appropriate to bring into the Justice Center. But we've chosen robbery because from a restorative point of view, it's an excellent charge. Young people tend to commit robberies with other young people. So you have a number of accused with the same offense who all come to the court with very differing needs and end up with very differing individual plans because they're very different people. And sometimes there's the leader who planned it, there's the person who's impulsive, there's the person who's standing there. There's lots of reasons why robberies happen. There are gang initiations, there's low self-esteem robberies, there's economic robberies, there's lots of interesting reasons why young people commit robberies. So that's one reason we chose robbery. The other reason is that young people tend to rob young people, not exclusively, but most of their victims are young people. As well, most of the witnesses are young people. Why? Because a lot of these robberies are spontaneous. They happen outside. They happen around their peer group, in and out of school. And so what we know about young people when they're charged with robbery, and we do that deeper dive, they tell us they've been victims of community violence. And so they hang out with groups or they've armed themselves with a knife. And so part of what we do in this pilot is we also look at victims and witnesses. So how does this pilot work? Exactly like the Enhanced First Appearance pilot. You come in on 3 weeks, you have an intake interview, you have internal referrals if need be. So for example, as I've said, if it's determined that you need a cognitive and academic assessment, we can get that assessment ordered, we can give it to our education advocate and make sure that you are properly getting what you need in your school setting, for example. The difference with this pilot is that they stay for resolution and stay for resolution and intensive case management. The other part of this is that we then reach out to the victims and the witnesses, because these young people aren't having trials. They're acknowledging their facts. Whether they plead guilty or not is a whole other thing, because we do sentence mitigation and try to do anything we can to have them accountable, to restore the community, to restore our victim, and also not necessarily have a finding of guilt if that is legally appropriate to do in the circumstances. And so essentially we sort of using a recognizance, a bail order, the same way you use a probation order, so that they're not breached when they're not succeeding. They get case management conferences in our courthouse. We bring people together and see why they're not succeeding and try to help them. They're young people. They're our responsibility. And they're often in the criminal justice system for reasons that are outside of their control. Their systemic fundamental issues that they grapple with are often not of their own making. And it is our responsibility to help them, because robbery is a gateway offense. That young people come in on robberies and they start accumulating charges, and not all of them. Those 5 co-accused come in, some of them you'll never see again. Some of them become your chronic offenders. And so you have to deal with them individually and figure out who is the human being you have before you and how do we help them in order to make sure that they don't come back and into the criminal justice system, but also that they're not harming their community and harming themselves in the process. We reach out to our victims. And part of what's interesting is that our reach out to victims doesn't mean you have to do a program that includes the accused. One of my experience has been that often we offer services to victims and say, if you want to do something, you come with the person who's violated you, and together we'll work through it. And very often victims say no. They like the help. They never want to see the person again. And or at the time they're approached, they're not emotionally ready. That's the court model of, we're at that stage, this is your time for input, and maybe you're not ready for that at that point and you don't participate. We separate that, that victims can have whatever supports we can put together for them, that it's not dependent in any way on interacting with the accused, unless it's an appropriate part of the resolution, and having and unless we have information that that's what a complainant would want. But what is interesting about this as well is we don't just service the accused, because servicing a 15-year-old without looking at their family isn't going to actually help that 15-year-old, because if the forces and the dynamics of the family are part of what has brought him into conflict with the law, he's going to come back into the system again. So part of this pilot as well is reaching out to moms and dads. Do you need help managing? Is there other siblings in the house that haven't been charged that are struggling? Because we can help those young people who are facing challenges. So that's the idea of the robbery court. And this also allows for global resolutions. Part of what we have done is we have helped to develop specialized programming for Black youth around identity, how to navigate toxic masculinity, how to deal with systemic racism. And that you'll hear more about that tomorrow, actually, through Delta Family Services as a fantastic community organization that we work with. But we do have a robbery program that specifically we can refer young people to who've been committed a robbery or charged with a robbery, and who have been identified as having some self-esteem issues and other issues around identity that we think they can benefit from our tailored programming. If we move to the next slide, it's COVID, and you might be wondering, how are we doing all of this? And it's a good point. How are we doing all this? We have had to pivot like everybody else, and we are in community locations. But what we see here on the slide is just a quick summary of everything I've just said. On the upper left-hand side, young people are arrested on robberies or on non-robberies, and they come into the Justice Center. The first thing that they deal with is their defense counsel and or duty counsel. We fast track legal aid. They have a right to counsel their young person. We make sure that the barriers that are there are we expedite it as best as we can. They have their intake interview and referrals through anybody within the Justice Center that they need to see. And those going back to 2201, you can see they go back to 2201. In the middle, you see the wraparound services and tailored programming. And these are, as you can see, we have programming for all sorts of different things. And that's just a sample. We have had over 150 young people come through the Justice Center. We started this in May of this year. We sit 1 day a week. That 150 young people represents over 350 cases. And some of those are young people who've gone back to 2201, young people who've stayed at the Justice Center for resolution. It's a combination of who's come in and received services. The chart at the bottom of this graph is just to basically show we're doing things a lot faster. It's not good for young people to hang around in criminal courts beyond bails, etc. So we move the system as fast as we can. We bring all the services to a young person. And so we can have a young person go through our referral process and be back at 2201 in 3 appearances. And those appearances are 2-week adjournments. Those aren't lengthier adjournments because we want to keep it short, tight, get you the services you need so you're supported while you go through the criminal justice process at 2201 if that's what you choose to do. So the next slide is about our community center, our community locations. What we've done is that we have asked our 2 community partners that we have. So we have Albion Neighborhood Services in the Rexdale Hub, and we have Luminous. And what's happening is that those are community organizations that are up and running through COVID, that are operational, that they physically are in locations that have lots of other services right there. And we have a room in each of those organizations that is a video suite where you can privately, a young person can come to access court in a private, safe way and meet one of our case managers and access court that way. The majority of young people are accessing court through Zoom, through their own technology, but this is for young people who want to, who can't maybe have, they don't have their own technology, or they want to come to speak to their case manager in person. 12, 22, and 23 division are releasing young people to the Rexdale Community Hub, to Albion Neighborhood Services for the first court appearance 3 weeks after release. And 31, 32, and 33 are releasing young people to Luminous, which was also previously known as the Griffin Center. And everybody else, judge, clerks, reporters, myself, we all remote in. And what is really brilliant about this model is if a young person does go physically to that satellite location, they can then turn around and access their employment counselor, and everybody's right there. And so they can access services and get supported. And we have had excellent feedback in terms of what that looks like from young people. They like the safety. They're coming into court in a safe space. So we've had some excellent feedback about how that has impacted the experience of coming to court. So how have we done this? There has been, as Mike mentioned, we have support from the city, we have support from the province, and we have support from the federal government, which is what Brenda is talking about. It's the will of the government. And so this is a unique beginning for justice in Canada. And it is been quite inspirational, I must say, to work on myself, to see the impact we're having on young people and the communities that they come from, and to address them as human beings that are our responsibility, who have found themselves in trouble, and that we provide them the pathway to work themselves out of the traditional consequences that justice would provide to them. And in the process, we ensure their education, we enhance their access to healthcare and to the services that they need, and the supports put in place outlive the criminal charge. And so that is a summary of what we are doing in the Toronto Northwest. I see that there are a couple of questions, I think, and I wonder if there's a question here that from Olivia, who works as a treatment provider for an agency, and which provides addiction counseling for people in the London Justice Center, and wondering about any tips on how to ensure that youth make it from the Justice Center referral to our treatment service and engage in those services. One of the things I think that's helpful is for all young people is that they buy into their own plan. That we can impose plans on young people and tell them they need to go do things, but people need to be part of the plan that is developed, and that is part of the model of London, is finding out who the person is that you're dealing with, and then trying to make that connection with them. I think when people realize that they've come into a system that's trying to deal with them differently, they feel the difference instantly when they come into any justice center, whether it be London or Toronto Northwest. It's very obvious that everything is designed to help you and support you. And what it is, when you see human beings come into a place that they recognize as safe, they open up, and you watch them over time open up to services and to the people that are trying to help them. Our models all have case managers to make that first human connection. And that, I think, is one of the strengths as well. And every referral is a gentle handoff. And I think that helps. And so I think, how do you encourage young people to come to service and deal with their issues, is to first have them recognize, young people and young adults, what an extraordinary opportunity that they have the power and the agency to work themselves out of their criminal consequence. And it helps people feel that they are in control of their lives, because addiction makes you feel like you're out of control. And if they have supports in place that they can actually make those connections, that's an easier way of encouraging them. I don't know, Mike, if you had anything to add to that.
No, my addition would only be on the logistical side of things. Often what we're doing is we're forging these new partnerships and outroads, if I can call it that, from the justice sector to things like addiction services, mental health counseling, employment, the list goes on, housing navigation. Often we find ourselves, when we've launched these pilots, first mapping just the referral process itself. And we have to learn, because this is a bit of new business for us, learn how organizations would like to receive referrals. And that's an open conversation as well. Is it as simple as a telephone call? Is an email preferred? Is there a template? Those kinds of logistical questions are often things that we find ourselves grappling with. And then once we sort those, we find that referrals flow quite smoothly. And we always say, again, borrowing some language from the collective impact space, continuous communication is key. And just because a referral has been made doesn't mean it's sort of done at that point. There's always a frequent loop back. And as Miriam mentioned, we're lucky enough to have a team of case managers and systems navigators that actually attend court and are able to speak to how young people are doing or how their families are doing directly to the judge and the Crown on record, which is really, really helpful. It's immediate information, it's accurate information, and it's information that folks like Miriam might not have at their fingertips right from the get-go.
I see we have a question about the first appearance. Can they come in by Zoom, or do they have to go to the satellite location? We're flexible. Most young people come in by Zoom. We have the satellite location because we're not sure, not everybody has technology. Not everybody has a safe place to access court from. And so we have our satellite locations for that reason. But yes, they can come in by Zoom. And also, it's all voluntary. They can come in on day one and say they don't want to do anything, and they want to go to 2201, and they don't want to deal with us, and that they can do that. Thankfully, most of them do not do that. And in fact, people are very grateful for the supports. Families are very happy to have some supports, but it's voluntary.
Yeah. And Miriam, I would add to that, we're flexible up until the moment before court. Life circumstances can change at the drop of the hat for young people and their families as well. So while someone may have indicated perhaps to their lawyer they intend on attending via Zoom from home, maybe the day of, they're not able to do that. And for that reason, those satellite locations are there and ready to go, even on a drop-in basis. If someone does have a court appearance and all of a sudden they're not able to log in from home, they don't have a phone all of a sudden, they can show up, someone will greet them, and they'll be connected into court in a safe and private space. Any other questions here?
We do have a couple more questions in the chat. So from an anonymous attendee, is there any hope of a justice center being developed in Durham region or across all jurisdictions if the pilots are successful?
Yeah, I can take that one. It's a common question we get, and in a very real sense, that's the question we need to get to next. Our primary concern is trying to figure out, how do these pilots work? How might they have to be adapted? As I said at the top, each of the pilots are very, very different. So it would not be accurate to say each of the 4 pilots are just a miniature version of a justice center that we're trying in different spaces. They truly, truly are different elements of the model. Once we have a sense of how those things are operating, then it becomes a matter of giving our best advice to decision makers and then trying to match the elements that are successful that we've learned about in a Kenora or a London or a Toronto Northwest or a downtown East, and matching those to the realities of communities. It's a roundabout way to say, we're not sure where these things will go scale-wise next. What we are sure about is that we're evaluating these initiatives, and I can talk about the evaluation process if that's useful to people. But the short answer is we don't know yet. We're just not there.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Another question we have is, does your wraparound care include primary care and health services?
A resounding yes there. The joy of having folks like a systems navigation team is that they can connect people very, very quickly with things like primary care. And that extends into the mental health space as well. I mentioned at the top that we have a justice center in the Toronto downtown east. This is sort of Moss Park area, folks are familiar, or if you are more familiar with police divisions, it's 51 Division. That model has at its core an element of primary care, to the point where they have on-site nurse practitioners that can help with people who are just on a walk-in basis or maybe need a little bit of help before they attend court. That's true in the Northwest as well. We have systems navigators that can meet with people and get to people wherever they need to go. That includes primary care.
Awesome. Sounds very accessible.
We also have emergency psychiatric services. We've had some young kids who've been unfortunately in significant psychosis and significant distress, and our psychiatrist is linked with the treating psychiatrist to the hospital they're in. And so we've linked these two systems that don't speak to each other for a young person in absolute distress, and actually get the court orders we need. And we had all of that done within a 24-hour period. It's unheard of. But that is the benefit of what we're doing, is trying to break down the silos. Young people fall through the cracks in between organizations and professionals who don't speak with each other. And that's part of what we do, is breaching those gaps. I see there's a question about other justice participants other than judges. I'm not sure what that exactly means, but yes, there is room for we're interested very much in any other additional community partners that are doing work that relates to what we're doing, initiatives around education, initiatives around health, any in terms of working directly with young people. So anybody on this line that's interested, I've already put my contact information in the chat. Reach out and let me know if you're doing something that you think links with what we're doing. And I'm not sure what other justice participants other than judges. We have duty counsel as part of the Justice Center, and I'm there as the crown for the Justice Center, and I'm not sure what other justice participants that person is referring to.
It might be worth mentioning that on a given court day, we've got our systems navigators that attend court and can speak to the progress that a young person may have made. But depending on a young person's individual plan, our education advocate may attend as well. Perhaps maybe we paint a little bit of picture of who all is in court, because admittedly it's a different look. It's a different look and feel. We have more faces. We ask all service providers to come if they're interested and they want to. So if somebody, instead of having a lawyer say he's done 6 sessions of counseling, you have a counselor come in and say he's been really good, and it supports young people. They feel that the system navigator is on their side. The people that are working with them are working for them and with them, and they feel supported. And so some young people ask that the people they're working with come in court, and we invite everybody. If you want to bring your best friend because that person makes you feel comfortable, bring them. Bring anybody you want to court with you. It's important that you feel safe and comfortable, because we're trying to reach you, and you can't reach people when they're stressed, regardless of their age. So what makes them most comfortable, and you bring that person with you. And it's a community around a young person. We want to have that whole community come together and help put that young person, restore them back into where they should be. And so we're trying to deal with the community around that young person. And so they should be part of our process, and they are part of our process.
Excellent. So the next question is, how would a referral work for a young person who lives in another region but is charged in the jurisdiction of the Justice Center? Would that person still be eligible for services?
Yes, we have the ability to service young people remotely. They'll be, like, if they live elsewhere, they can always remote into court, but we will set up an individual plan for what they can access geographically. So absolutely, yes, as long as your offense is in our jurisdiction, we will service you.
Excellent. Just a couple comments here that I want to read out. Something from Cindy E said, when our youth acknowledge the wrongdoing, that is the first step. Treating our youth with respect and providing a safe, supportive environment for our youth is key.
Can I make a comment just on that? We're lucky enough to have some wonderful judges that come to the Justice Center. And Miriam, I'm hoping you can follow on this comment as well. One thing we've heard of late is the judges have been noting that young people feel more able to speak directly to them when they're given the opportunity to do so. Whereas, as I understand it, Miriam, you'll know better than I, in other cases, they may not make any comments and just sort of have the process, in their words, done to them rather than being an active participant. Miriam, is that kind of your feeling when you go to court each week?
I think that's true. We have dedicated judges, so our kids are in front of the same judge. And so there's a familiar face. That's part of what we're doing. We're all familiar faces. She's a lovely woman, Justice Lori Montague, and Justice Grinberg. And what they have done by their approach and our approach is it's very clear to people this is a safe space because they watch how the judge interacts with people and interacts with them. And then over time, they feel confident to speak up in court. So we do find that young people are much more apt to speak than they otherwise would, but it's because they're feeling supported, and it's clear that it's not an adversarial process, and they can feel that. Although they don't know the word adversarial, they can feel the difference. They know, and so over time we watch them open up. And when I talked about calling the docket in a restorative way and in a helpful way, if I know there's somebody filled with anxiety about the process, it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to call you right away. You just take the camera off and just quietly watch what happens, and it's incredibly helpful because they go, okay, you're not all here to punish me. Part of what we do as well is there's an informality in that all the service providers, that we're all on first names. I have been doing that for many years, long before Justice Centers, but I think it's really important that you know my name, I know your name, and you can call me by my first name. And so that begins to break down those barriers, and people relate to you more as a person when you're not approaching them with your title. And that is one thing that we certainly also do in court. And when people watch all of that happening, it just feels like a completely different experience and they react to it differently.
Absolutely. Thank you both very much for your time. It sounds like an excellent program, and it's hopefully going to make a big difference, and we can see it across a wide range of jurisdictions in the future.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well.
All right, everyone. So we are going to take a quick health break, 4 to 5 minutes, and we will return around 11:20 for our final speaker prior to our lunch break, which will take place from 12:20 to 1:20. So if everyone wants to just go take a health break, and we'll return at 11:20. Okay, everyone. So we have our last speaker prior to our lunch break. So I just want to introduce Kiran Patel. So Dr. Kiran Patel completed medical school and postgraduate residency training in the United Kingdom, obtaining accreditation as a specialist in general psychiatry, substance misuse psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry. He is a fellow of the Royal College of Psychiatrists in the UK, a member of the College of Psychiatrists in Ireland, and a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada. He practiced as a forensic psychiatrist in the UK for a number of years before moving to Canada. Dr. Patel is currently a staff psychiatrist within the forensic division of the Complex Care and Recovery Program at CAMH and assistant professor at the University of Toronto. He is clinical head for the Forensic Early Intervention Services, the CAMH partnership program with the Ministry of the Solicitor General. FEIS provides enhanced triage assessment and case management services to inmates at Toronto South Detention Centre and the Vanier Correctional Centre for Women. In addition to this leadership role, he undertakes clinical work at the Toronto South Detention Centre and the Vanier Correctional Centre for Women every week. He is a consultant to the Unified Mental Health Court at Old City Hall Courthouse and undertakes fitness assessments and provides psychiatric opinion on a weekly basis. He is medical head criminal justice interface at CAMH, leadership position directing and coordinating the various CAMH services and that directly interface with the criminal justice system. He undertakes additional work with Ontario Provincial Corrections and Correctional Services in Canada. Dr. Patel's academic focus and passion is translation of research evidence into best practice models and protocols through service development and innovation, driving and consolidating change, followed by comprehensive service evaluation. He plays a key role in the forensic research team, collecting and evaluating data related to the FEIS program. He is also involved with education and teaching development in relation to mental health within corrections, both provincially and federally. So welcome, Dr. Patel, and you are free to speak.
Wonderful. Thank you, Erin. I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully that works out as I hope. Excellent. Let me see if I can make the slideshow work from the beginning. Oh, okay. So thank you to Justice Barnes and the whole of the team for kindly inviting me to present at this really valuable and helpful conference today. My topic is pretty wide, but I'll try and focus on important areas within it. I'm going to be talking about optimal and suboptimal states of mental health, but the focus being on what's happened more recently and also in some of the places where I work and where many of the folks who are attending today work. That's just a picture of our lovely new buildings at CAMH at Queen and Ossington. So what is mental health? What do we mean by that? Mental health is a state of well-being in which the individual realizes their own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to their community. And that's a WHO, United Nations definition. Mental health, in essence, involves finding a balance between all aspects of life, including the physical, the mental, the emotional, and the spiritual. And what do we mean then by wellness? Another a phrase that is commonly used. So wellness is not the absence of a disease or illness. It's the presence of a purpose in life, some active involvement in satisfying work and play, relationships which are joyful and positive, and interactions with others which are similar, a healthy body, and living environment, and a feeling of happiness in their person's day-to-day life. Wellness is a conscious, deliberate process that requires being aware of and making choices for a more satisfying lifestyle. A wellness lifestyle includes some of what I've described: a self-defined balance of healthy habits, including good sleep and rest, eating well, productivity, participation in meaningful activity, and positive contact with supporters. And this is work that's been validated over some period of time, all the way from the 60s to the current day. But to help us understand this better, I think it might be helpful to go back a little further to the work of Abraham Maslow. Abraham Maslow was an American psychologist studying human behavior and motivation. And in 1943, he formulated this pyramidal hierarchical concept of psychological health and human motivation. He divided it up with two sides: deficiency needs, where acquisition leads to reduced motivation, which is the bottom four segments of the pyramid. And the final top segment, which he described as being a growth need, where motivation actually increases as the needs are met. And what do we mean by each of these segments? How do we build from one to another? His view was that you did need to move from one stage to the next, but it wasn't hard and fast. There was areas of integration. But the concept essentially means that if you have deficits much lower down the hierarchy, the harder it is for you to be successful and progress up the hierarchy. And that makes a lot of sense. If you're concerned about shelter, clothing, warmth, sort of being able to sleep, being able to get 3 meals a day, and so on, you're not going to be worried about things higher up the scale. So physiological needs are essential. This is followed by safety needs, both physical security, law and order, but also emotional security, companionship, financial security, and stability within the society in which you reside. The next level up is about love and belongingness. The need for positive interpersonal relationships, a connectedness with others, both familial and non-familial, and throughout the wider community. Following this, we have esteem needs, the feeling of self-worth, accomplishment, and respect. Esteem both for yourself and the desire for reputation and respect from others. And then finally, self-actualization needs, the realization of your potential, the feeling of self-fulfillment, the seeking and attaining of personal growth, and experiences which continue to make you feel good and improve your feeling of well-being. As time progressed, Maslow revised some of his understanding and divided up the self-actualization needs in a more granular fashion. He added, for example, cognitive needs, the need for knowledge and understanding, curiosity, exploration, and the need for meaning and predictability. And we know that this is aided by residing in societies where education and the opportunities for education are there. The aesthetic needs, the appreciation and search for beauty and balance and form, and again, societies in which there is art and music and the creative arts, whether they be visual or other, allow us to appreciate and develop our aesthetic needs. And he put one above self-actualization. He put transcendence needs, the ability for that person to get to a point in life where they are motivated by values which are beyond the personal self, whether that be spiritual, whether that be nature or the pursuit of science or other aspects of higher functioning and higher understanding. And this is the sort of representation in pyramidal form of the greater Maslow motivation model. And you know, I know there have been criticisms of the model by a number of psychologists subsequently, but I believe that the resonance remains significant. I accept that it is a model focused on the self more so than society, but as I say, it still has value in helping us understand and explain some of how human systems work and psychological health works. So what is mental illness? Mental illness is a diagnosable mental health condition or disorder. It's caused by alterations in how a person thinks, their mood and emotions or behavior, and is associated with significant distress and impairment in functioning. When there are changes in how a person thinks, their mood and behavior that cause such distress, it can be difficult to do daily tasks, and that may be constituting a mental illness. In the area of mental health, the word disorder is used to describe conditions which match a defined list of signs and symptoms. And the two main systems that psychiatry uses are the diagnostic and statistical manuals, 5th edition from the American Psychiatric Association, and the International Classification of Diseases, 11th edition now, which is from the World Health Organization. Oh, I think I've gone too far. Oh, there you go. How common are mental illnesses within Canada? Well, the mental illness is very common in our society. Up to 4 out of 10 of the leading causes of disability worldwide are due to mental conditions, and oftentimes mental health budgets make up a tiny fraction of healthcare budgets within most countries. And mental illness does not discriminate. There are significant issues in all countries and all societies. The rate of dementia, the rate of mood disorders, intellectual disability, schizophrenia have remarkable consistency across societies. What about Canada? In any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians will experience a mental illness or substance use problem. And by the time Canadians reach the age of 40, you get to a point where almost half the population have or have had a mental illness or disorder of one kind or another. The OECD average for healthcare budget spending on mental health care is 10%, and the Canadian average is about 7%, although there is provincial variation in that. And this is a nice quote from our previous CEO at CAMH. Mental illness, including alcoholism and substance misuse, affects 6.7 million Canadians, 20% of the population, yet many Canadians do not have access to the treatment they need. Nearly 4,000 Canadians die by suicide each year, 1,000 of whom are children. We must do more to address the health, economic, and social justice issue of our time. And I think many of you will have seen the campaigns that CAMH has run in recent months regarding mental health, and particularly about the risks of suicide and supporting people who are feeling suicidal. So what causes mental illness? What are we talking about? Well, despite all the money spent and all the research, we still can't say for sure what causes each and every mental illness. What we do know that in broad terms, it is a mixture of factors which contributes to the development, the onset, the recovery, and indeed the severity of most mental health problems. It is that interplay between genetics, biology, the environment and experiences, and physical conditions. And the combination of these factors is different for different conditions. I mean, one thing that we've always tried to inform others about is whatever the cause of mental health problems are, they are not the individual's fault. And that is a historical stigma that has existed with mental health for essentially forever, which we continue to grapple against. No one chooses to have a mental health problem, and we need to remember that when we are trying to support folks with such difficulties. And bringing it back to the Canadian context, what makes Canadians sick? And this is a survey conducted by the Canadian Medical Association in 2013. And you can see that, biology and genetics has about a 15% effect on what makes you sick. But your lifestyle or your life has a much, much larger impact. Who you are, your income, your development, your education, your social status, your community, whether you have stable housing, race, Aboriginal status, employment, and so on. And so those have a significant and greater impact on whether you become sick or not. And I think everybody here will have heard about the social determinants of health. And this is a graphic reminder of how impactful those determinants are. So this brings us on to, I guess, the defining event of our time. And I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about COVID-19, because ultimately mental health has been hugely impacted by the pandemic, and the pandemic continues to exert enormous influence on the mental health of our population. And so let me just take you down a perhaps slightly unpleasant memory lane of the COVID-19 timeline in Ontario. So in January of last year, we got our first case, and we started rapidly changing how we lived our lives. We all started washing our hands incredibly often. We all started to look for masks, particularly within healthcare, but others too. We were practicing social distancing, and everybody was trying to source PPE across the world. And some of you will recall some of the difficulties that Canada had obtaining PPE at that time. In March, we had the first death from COVID in Ontario. We had sports activities shut down, music activities shut down, followed by the school shutdown, the state of emergency, and the full shutdown, as well as the first border closures with the United States and internationally as well. That carried on for about 2 months before we started our first staged reopening. That was partially successful, and the schools ran for a few weeks before the summer break, and then the reopening in September was with hybrid learning. We got to a point where we were doing fairly well in September, October of last year, and then we got into the second stage, or the second wave, should I say. And then that led rapidly to the second lockdown, which continued pretty much until the end of the year. But there seemed to be light at the end of the tunnel with the initiation of vaccinations at the end of December of 2020, and then expansion of the vaccination program from 2021 onwards. And then this year, we've had the staged reopening from the spring, the evolution of the vaccine certification system in Ontario, but then we had the Omicron variant identified just a few weeks ago. So if anybody's been keeping up, we've had 4 waves of infection in Ontario so far, and we're still learning about the potential impact of Omicron and making changes based on that as well. So what was the impact on mental health? Well, the first wave was had the greatest impact because this was something new. It was something frightening, and it was something that people were struggling to understand. And so the anxiety, stress, worry were the initial feelings that people were experiencing. People had fear for loved ones and for their individual health and safety. There was social isolation, both intended and unintended. There was psychological distress, low mood, poor sleep, negative thoughts and cognitions, because people were fearful of what was happening and worried about what the future may hold. There was a gradual loss of autonomy as the federal and the provincial governments made more and more changes to what you were able to do. And we recognize and remember the disproportionate impact on those in congregate living settings, residential homes and shelters and jails. I think everybody remembers the immense sadness and tragedies of Bob Cajun and the residential homes early in the crisis, and the sad loss of so many of the elderly population in those places. There was frustration at the perceived resource failures, the masks, the PPE, and so on. there was people getting COVID and the hospitals learning how to manage those individuals, treat those individuals, and support them in their recovery. There was, and to some extent still is, stigmatization and alienation of certain populations and groups, and that impacting their mental health even more. There was an increase in maladaptive coping strategies, the use of substances, the use of alcohol, and it was all that much worse for those with pre-existing mental health difficulties. So the first wave came and went, and we made changes and we learned, but the second wave again washed over us, and there was worsening isolation, but now there was job losses and income losses, partly managed by the federal and indeed the provincial government with emergency responses and CERB and other measures, but it didn't help everybody, and it didn't help everybody in the same way. There was anger at the government, anger at COVID, anger at others. There was ongoing loss of control, and there seemed to be increases in suicidality and self-harm, and there was a considerable worsening of non-COVID health. Just as all of the hospital services were gearing towards managing COVID, the non-COVID side, both the physical and the mental, was struggling because there's only so much health resource available. And then the third and the fourth waves, which have been in 2021, led to new experiences, the onset of vaccination and the fear of vaccination, people's concerns regarding what vaccination meant, the safety of them, and their concerns that this was something that they did not have choice over. The anxiety and fear of returning to work or to school, and the concept of the new normal. What is normal now? The psychic and psychological trauma effects, the scarring, the damage of COVID over the last 2 years continues, and the economic injury again has had a significant impact. There's been areas of particular stress and burnout, healthcare workers, long-term care workers, police, corrections, other essential workers. And there continues to be now stigmatization, but of a new group, the non-vaccinated group, and those who are going to struggle with being able to resume their previous activities, and a perceived loss of status for those individuals as well. So everybody was impacted by COVID, that is clear, but not everybody was equally impacted. And there's been quite a lot of research in 2020 and 2021 in Canada, in the US, in Europe, and indeed across the world about the impact of COVID on mental health, societal functioning, and physical health. A quote from Jenkins's paper, the differential mental health impacts of COVID by gender, sexual orientation, household income, ethnicity, mental health, and disability is quite evident. We also need to think about who had the higher risk from COVID. There were those who could not stop working, the essential workers in our community, those who had to live in larger groups, both because that was a necessity, so residential care homes, correctional institutions, or because that was the only way that they could survive, whether that would be congregate living settings with multi-generational households. And those with those pre-existing physical conditions and those who were immunocompromised. So I think social determinants of health has been mentioned in the previous talk this morning, but I think it is such an important area that it's impossible to work in our field, in health, mental health, or in criminal justice without really considering it at all stages. What do we mean by determinants of health? And then we can talk about the social determinants. So as I described earlier, there are many things which affect our health which are not directly related to our biology or our genes. It's a broad range of personal, social, economic, and environmental factors which have an outsized impact on our health. The most important three that have been identified would be income and social status, the childhood experiences that a person has, and social supports and coping skills. But for many within our society, there are additional factors which have significant resonance, and that's race or racism, culture, gender, and factors such as employment and education. So we know that the social determinants of health refer to specific groups of factors, and they relate to that person's place in society. And the particular folks that we have concerns about in our society include Indigenous populations, LGBTQ populations, and Black Canadians. And we know that there is significant health inequality and health inequity. Health inequity being inequalities that we know can be demonstrably unfair or unjust and modifiable. So I want to introduce syndemic theory, which builds on the social determinants of health, and really it describes how health and social disparities emerge from the interaction between disease states and the social, environmental, and economic forces that worsen disease outcomes. So just linking in that those two pieces, which is the individual and the conditions that they may experience, and the social environment which impacts upon it. And it explains why the mental health consequences of COVID-19 have been so much more concentrated among structurally vulnerable groups due to that interaction between the virus, comorbid health conditions, racism, poverty, exclusion, and discrimination. And it helps us lend support to the need for that collectively oriented policy level solutions to address the health of individuals, but also of populations. And this is a neat quote that I got from a paper from Horton describing the impact of COVID-19 and connecting it to the social determinants of health. No matter how effective a treatment or protective a vaccine, the pursuit of a purely biomedical solution to COVID-19 and indeed the impacts of COVID-19 will fail unless governments devise policies and programs to reverse profound disparities. Our societies will never be truly COVID-19 secure. And I think he's talking about not just the illness, but the impact of the illness. So that brings me to the criminal justice impacts of COVID-19 and the mental health difficulties associated with it. So what happened to criminality following COVID-19? Well, we know I work in 3 different provincial correctional institutions and a federal one. We know right at the beginning, there was actually a reduction in crime, particularly acquisitive crime. Why? Everything was locked down. And so it was an environmental change which led to a change in the sort of the criminality that was undertaken. But there was increases in specific crimes, and this was not just in Canada, but multi-jurisdictional. There was increases in domestic violence, again, because of lockdown and the people being in close proximity for much longer periods of time than they would have otherwise. There has been concerns of increased child abuse, and there was a significant increase in fraud and e-crime, again, because that was more of an option, because a lot of programs came into being, which were mechanisms to get money and resource and welfare to the community. Has there been a return to normal? Somewhat. There has been some changes back to where we were, but I don't think it's quite what it used to be just as yet. What changes were there in policing and courts? Well, especially early on in the pandemic, there was differences in how minor crime was addressed. Folks got more warnings and reprimands. There was a reduction in remand orders, and there were more community sentences. There were more virtual courts and a pivoting of courts to the use of video and audio hearings, and a number of changes to streamline the process and increase the use of remote working. And I mentioned Bill C-23 as this is something that's essentially come about because of COVID, to amend the Criminal Code and the Identification of Criminals Act to make the amendments that were made because of COVID, such as some of the criminal procedure changes, remote proceedings, tele-warrants, fingerprinting, to try and make some of those permanent because they were less onerous in the new way of working. In my area, in prisons, there was a significant reduction in the number of prisoners, especially in the early part of the pandemic. Between sort of March and August of 2020, there was a significant prisoner release and reduction in the population, and that was really quite marked. There were changes in the visitor policy, and those changes are still in place. There was a development of a prison cohorting and staging process to better separate new individuals coming into the prison system from individuals who have been there for some time, to prevent the spread of COVID-19, and the enhanced efforts to support external contacts through telephone contacts. I mean, obviously that was a necessity, bearing in mind that the visitor policy meant that both face-to-face and video visits were significantly curtailed. So something to think about We've come a long way when it comes to COVID-19 and the impacts on mental health and the criminal justice system. And I wanted to just mention that the new normal is going to be different from the old normal. And partly is because the pandemic has continued to evolve. The hope that this was a short-term event, probably in the early part of 2020, was dashed as each new wave of infection came over. And then the sort of miraculous hope of vaccination again did not yield the level of change that everybody was hoping. Vaccination is incredibly important, and it's made a tremendous impact on the number of people getting sick and the number of people requiring hospitalization, and indeed the number of people who are succumbing to the virus. But as we have adapted to the virus itself has adapted and mutated, and so we remain in a position of quite elevated vigilance as the new variants emerge. And so equally, the anxiety and psychological distress within society remain elevated. We continue to be in a position where certain populations continue to be more affected than others. There's been impacts on social and societal cohesion. There's been widening of existing gaps as opposed to narrowing, and there's been new gaps which have emerged, which has the potential for significant societal angst. I mean, the one I would say is the biggest is the vaccinated versus unvaccinated groups within our society. Suboptimal mental health continues, and this is something that we need to consider because it may well be a longer term phenomenon. I wanted to make a pitch for mental health promotion as opposed to just prevention and treatment. And mental health promotion has grown in interest in the last 2 years. And using a public health approach to include promotion in addition to prevention and treatment may be a way of improving some of the difficulties that have been highlighted by the pandemic, the suboptimal mental health of the population. It's a critical and underutilized element of a comprehensive mental health strategy. We focus on treatment, we focus on prevention, we focus on identification, but promotion of positive mental health may well be something that will have a significant benefit to our society. Promotion it's a strengths-based orientation aimed at enhancing the positive aspects of the individual, the community, and the population, and includes those experiencing the greatest vulnerability or risk. And it includes strategies to build self-esteem, to enhance and develop coping abilities, and to improve the sense of well-being. In partnership with that, there has been the development of a new movement. Some may well have heard of this movement already, and there are chapters provincially, federally, and in other nations, which is it's been called a just recovery movement, and there are minor variations in the aims, but the just recovery movement in Ontario and in Canada generally has the following 6 elements: putting people's health and well-being first, strengthening the social safety net, providing relief directly to people, prioritizing the needs of workers and communities, building resilience to prevent future crises, building solidarity and equity across communities, generations, and borders, and upholding Indigenous rights and working in partnership with Indigenous peoples. And I think the Just Recovery movement, in my mind, works well with the social determinants of health. And indeed, in my mind, it builds on Maslow's hierarchy of needs as well. Interestingly, the criticism of Maslow was it was ethnocentric. It was based on a particular point in time. It was based on more individual concerns as opposed to societal concerns. But Maslow spent time with the Blackfeet Nation of Montana, and actually took a number of ideas from North American indigenous communities as he developed his hierarchy. So I think bringing all these things together hopefully will allow us to improve mental health generally across our society, and to build that strength and resilience for managing the current pandemic as it evolves and onward into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patel. We have a couple questions here. So the first one is, as the pandemic progressed, what could we have done better to manage the mental health needs of individuals within the criminal justice system?
So I think there's a lot there's a lot we can take which was positive in the approach we took, but I think we could have done better in terms of keeping more people out of jail. And I think that was a positive thing that was done in combination with Crown attorneys, judges, defense counsel, community providers, and others to keep people out of custodial environments. But I think there was more we could have done. If we'd had better shelter supports, better community resources, we could have kept more people out, and some of the people who got sick because they went to jail perhaps may not have got sick. And the second piece I would say is we could have developed the cohorting, the staging units within corrections earlier. And again, many in this audience will know how prisons work. They have, especially provincial facilities, where you have a rapid turnover of individuals. You have new people coming in, people leaving, and it's a very hectic environment where people are moving around on a daily basis, and that's absolutely the worst thing you want when you have an infection which can rapidly spread. And having those cohorting and staging units, as we have them now, makes a phenomenal difference. And if we could have developed those, even 2 or 3 months earlier, I think that would have been very impactful also.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, and the next question, is how do you see mental health problems and suboptimal mental health within society evolving over the next 1 to 2 years?
I think it's a very valuable question. The first thing I have to say is, well, it depends. It depends. It depends on how the pandemic continues to evolve and what is defined as the return to normal. And I think there are going to be permanent changes, and some of those permanent changes are going to be positive, whether that be less people getting remand orders, more people getting community sentences, more people getting bail, and continuation of criminal justice pathways in the community. But there are going to be some negative elements too. There are going to be people who are having that suboptimal mental health because COVID has had that impact on their life. And I would say that we need to make sure that we catch those who are struggling, but we also promote good mental health and good mental health well-being for the majority, so that we give them that resilience to achieve the best quality life that they can have.
Absolutely. And just one comment left here. An individual by the name Abdul said, I think the triangle, so he's referring to Maslow's triangle, I think the triangle should be reversed. Everyone needs to be met for individual to actualize.
I see where you're going, but I guess, you know, if ultimately if you're worried about your next meal, or you're worried about staying warm, or you're worried about where you're going to sleep that night, it's going to be difficult for you to reach the top of that triangle. But, you know, as a society, if we use some of what was described in the Just Recovery movement ideas, we can move people up that triangle. It shouldn't be that only a small number of people are at the top of that triangle, and I think that's where the hierarchical piece struggles. It shouldn't be a triangle. Everybody should be able to achieve the top of that triangle, and as a society we have to make those choices to be able to get the majority of our population up through and living the best life they can.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your very valuable time, Dr. Patel. Great insight, great presentation there. And we were very honored to have you speak today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take good care.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Okay, everyone, so we are now going to break for lunch. We will be returning at approximately 1:20 for the afternoon of day 1 of the conference. So again, just taking a lunch break, we will return at 1:20.
Hi there. Hi, Robin. I was glad that wasn't just me, that I was losing lost everything else then.
It has to do with the view settings, but how you figure it out on the go without pausing and figuring it out can be a struggle.
So Erin, are you the person who has the controls? Because when I, in order to stop, well, I know, never mind. I know how I know how I'll do it. Never mind.
This is being recorded.
Okay, everyone. So we will get started with the afternoon of day one for the conference. I have the pleasure of introducing both Dr. Lisa Callahan and Robin Cuff. I'm just going to open this up here. So Robin is the manager of a variety of specialty concurrent disorder treatment programs at CAMH, which is the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, including the Toronto Drug Treatment Court program. Previously, she has led agencies providing women's residential addiction treatment, withdrawal management, services for substance-involved women and their children, and a program for pregnant and parenting teenagers and their children. Robin is a registered psychotherapist, is a faculty member of the William Glasser Institute for Choice Theory, Reality Therapy, and Lead Management, and has extensive training in addictions and concurrent disorders and trauma-informed care. Robin has a strong commitment to creating client-centered, trauma-informed services and team cultures, and is particularly passionate about working with people who have been marginalized on a systemic level. With a knowledge exchange lens, she has contributed to the development of provincial best practices and standards for women's addiction treatment, withdrawal management, and the treatment of women with trauma and addiction. In conjunction with the Organization of American States, Robin has traveled to the Caribbean and Latin America, presenting to government, justice, law enforcement, and health officials on drug treatment courts, alternatives to incarceration, partnership development, substance use, social justice, health equity, mental health, trauma, and stigma. I'm also introducing Lisa Callahan. So Lisa Callahan is a senior research associate at Policy Research Associates, Inc., where she is involved in research, technical assistance, and training. She received her PhD from the Ohio State University in 1983 and completed an NIMH postdoctoral program at the University of Wisconsin-Madison's Medical School. Dr. Callahan works on many SAMHSA projects at the Gain Center, leading numerous communities of practice, including the 2019-2021 Competence to Stand Trial, the 2021 Building a Better Crisis System of Care Communities of Practice, and 2020 MAT across the SIM community of practice. Dr. Callahan presented on opioid-focused SIM mappings at the 2020 New York State Treatment Court Conference and the 2020 COAP National Conference. She coordinates technical assistance for many SAMHSA grant programs focused on treatment courts. She recently led the SAMHSA and BJA expert panel on MAT in the justice system, best practices for psychiatrists working with justice involved in community care, assisted outpatient commitment, and competence to stand trial. She is the co-recipient of the 2021 Manford Guttmacher Award from the American Psychiatrists Association with Dr. Deborah Pinnells for their publication Complements to Stand Trial. Further, she co-authored a recent article on barriers to implementing MAT across the SIM. Dr. Callahan is a member of the research team with RTI to evaluate SAM-HAS's AOT grantee programs. She was the project director for the MacArthur Foundation's Mental Health Court Studies, which resulted in numerous publications. Her expertise on treatment courts is frequently sought in presenting at many statewide and national conferences. Dr. Callahan provides provides training to justice professionals and first responders on trauma-informed practices, including the relationship between the opioid crisis and vicarious trauma. Current research interests include outcomes of specialty courts, the impact of Medicaid expansion on jail recidivism, competence to stand trial, school safety, and vicarious trauma. She first started working at PRA when it was founded in 1988 to 1999, directing the NIMH Insanity Defense Study and receiving an NIMH First Award to evaluate conditional release of persons acquitted by reason of insanity in 4 states. Dr. Callahan has conducted many studies in both the adult and juvenile justice systems, including funding from NIJ, NIMH, OJJDP, and Russell Sage Foundation, and the MacArthur Foundation. She has numerous publications on topics central to her research and experience. Dr. Callahan is faculty for the National Drug Court Institute, working with them to develop a mental health court training curriculum. She is Professor Emerita from the Sage Colleges, where for 18 years she taught courses in juvenile and criminal defense, mental health, and research methods, and established the MS for Forensic Mental Health Program, which is one of the first in the US. So welcome to both of you, and I will let you both begin.
Thank you very much, Erin, for the introduction. I didn't know that you'd go through all of that, but a lot of acronyms in there. So I'm going to switch, hopefully, and share my screen. We were experimenting before. Let's see. Are you able to see that? Okay. Let me go back down. So I was really excited and very appreciative when I was contacted about presenting today to your organization on trauma-informed courts, because it really is a topic of great passion of mine. In talking about the research that's funded, unfortunately to date, there's really not been much of any research that's been funded on trauma-informed courts. I think that's an oversight by all of the various agencies across our borders that fund research. But hopefully, as the topic becomes more of a crucial issue in all of your lives and in everyone else's lives, we'll be able to get some robust funding to look at the importance of trauma-informed courts. So let's jump in, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with trauma, are familiar with the importance of trauma in the work that you do. But I think it's important to set the stage a little bit, to set the context of why now, why in 2021 is trauma really on the lips of so many people across so many different systems. And I think that it's a very timely topic. It's one, though, that certainly existed in decades and decades ago in the courts, but we're now really, we've really reached a time where we're starting to focus more on the importance of trauma and the impact that it has on the people we work with, the people we serve, but also on ourselves, people who work in the criminal justice systems and justice systems across the world. Let's start with the definition, just so we're all kind of centered on this. There are many different definitions that we could use. The one that we use and I use in my work is provided by SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration in the United States. It is the federal agency that covers all of the both prevention and treatment and the criminal justice portfolio for the U.S. Health and Human Services Department. So this is SAMHSA's definition of trauma, and it is probably the easiest way to remember it is we refer to it as the 3 E's, and those are highlighted in the slide here, as you can see. So individual trauma results from an event, series of events, or a set of circumstances that is experienced by an individual as physically or emotionally harmful or threatening, and that has lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning and physical, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being. So as you can see, the important part of a bad event becoming a traumatic event is not just that a bad thing happened, because bad things happen to every one of us. Not every day, but certainly over the course of our lifetime. But it's really what happens after the event that turns that into what would be considered a trauma event. And that is really critical. The way that we experience this event when we're in the moment is that we feel in many cases that we're going to come to extreme harm, or someone we care about is going to be harmed. And that it's something that is really overwhelming to our senses. And in many cases,
Callahan, I'm
yes,
just going to quickly interrupt you. We can't see your slides, and I want to make sure we can see those because the information you're providing is very vital. So if we
You
could just
can't
try to, no, if you could just try to share again.
huh? Oh boy. Let me see here. Let's try this again. How's that?
No, we still can't see them.
How about that?
Oh, yep, perfect. We can see it.
Right.
Awesome. Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. Fortunately, I didn't get very far. I know I was talking quickly, but okay. So, and are you seeing it without the slides on the side?
We're seeing it with the slides on the side, but that's okay. If you.
That's okay. I think I can.
Okay.
Maybe not. I think I'll leave it. Better let sleeping dogs lie, right? So I'm going to leave it the way that it is. So what's important to keep in mind about trauma is that it's not just what happened, but it's the way in which we experience it in the moment and the lasting effects that it has on us in both in the short term and in the long term. And we know that the trauma that is not that it hasn't been identified as trauma and that really isn't treated or dealt with or processed can have lasting effects over the course of someone's lifetime and really affect every part of their being as described in this definition. So let's talk about why trauma? Why is it something that we're encouraging people who work in the justice system to address? Part of it is the science has really evolved over time. We know that the research that's been done on the adolescent brain shows that we really don't expect people to have a fully developed brain until they're well into their 20s. And we also, consequently, is things that happen to people in their childhood or early adulthood can really have an impact on that brain development. And it can really have an impact on the parts of the brain that require us to deal with our emotions and to deal that fight or flight or freeze response. So it's really important. The science of the brain has really been important in the development of the importance of trauma. And we've also observed people who have worked in the field for a long time have been able to observe the impact of trauma on adults and wondering then, what happened? What happened to this individual that perhaps they don't respond in events that the way that maybe someone typically would. For example, to something that we may experience as really scary and make us want to flee. Someone may, in fact, not see it as a dangerous event. So observing this in your clients and in people who come before you in your courts really has made us ask the question: is what role has trauma had? Perhaps it's not a therapeutic way to look at trauma, but we also know that trauma costs all of our systems a lot of money. Not dealing with trauma or even providing supports for people with trauma in the justice system is an expensive endeavor. Ignoring it is even more expensive. We know that this trauma, both physical and psychological trauma, has caused a lot of expense in our medical systems, behavioral health, et cetera. So while it might not be the most polite way to think about trauma, it is still an important component to this. And lastly, the political landscape has changed. Across all of our borders, the way in which we have responded to Indigenous people, we're starting to realize was the opposite of a trauma-informed way. And so now we're starting to come to some grips with that and understanding the impact of our actions as governments on people, and also the impact on our soldiers. We know that trauma can rear its head in a delayed response for soldiers once they have left the battlefield. Trauma is, it almost makes it seem dismissive to say that it's really everywhere, that it's very prevalent, because it almost sounds like we're trying to minimize it, but just the opposite. There are many different ways to look at trauma, what would be considered a traumatic event, but just a couple of statistics that exist in Canada. So these are the most recent data that are available. So in 2020, the rate of violent crime across Canada, this may be, you may already know this, but Ontario has the lowest rate of violent crime across across Canada. And remember, we're talking about rates. I know you have the largest city, Toronto's the largest city in Canada, and therefore would have the most cases. But in terms of the rate per 100,000 residents, Ontario actually has the lowest violent crime rate. And the northernmost provinces have the highest violent crime rate. But just as an aside, I live in the United States, and nonetheless, your homicide rates are really only 25% of what they are in the United States. So much safer, northern side of the Canadian-US border, but nonetheless, there is still a lot of violent crime across Canada. Another figure that I thought would be worth emphasizing, especially as we start talking about the different ways of looking at trauma, is in 2019 and 2020, there were approximately 9,300 children in foster care just in Ontario. And while the circumstances of the foster care setting may very well be supportive, the fact that children have been removed and placed into foster care indicates that something has happened in their lives, whether it's the death of a parent who's been incarcerated, something else might have happened in the household that required the government to take children from their homes. So even though the foster care environment may be supportive, something happened that required the children to go into foster care. Poverty can also be seen as a type of trauma, in large part because it leads to food insecurity. It leads to compromised health, and it also leads to substandard housing or absence or being threatened of becoming homeless. So 1 in 7 people across Canada live in poverty, and that rate is overrepresented among Indigenous people. And as I said, it affects really all the very basic needs that we have in our existence. Poverty has a negative impact on that. And something else just to keep in mind is that the impact that trauma, perhaps different impact of trauma has and can have on our veterans. And there are about 630,000 veterans across Canada, and about 19% of them are female. So what's in it for you? What is to be gained for you in your profession? And I would also add in just in your personal life for being trauma informed. We know from research that's been done, and especially in settings where people are incarcerated, that being trauma informed, when the staff are trauma informed, it increases public safety. Research out of Rhode Island shows that it reduces the number of incidents, reported incidents, not just inmate on correctional officer, but also among inmates. So being trauma informed changes the environment of the setting. And by exercising universal precautions, that meaning assuming everyone who you come into contact with in the justice system has experienced some form of trauma, can reduce the danger and increase safety for everyone. We know that being trauma informed promotes recovery and public health. By treating trauma and identifying trauma, we can interrupt some of the survival behavior patterns that sometimes are very counterproductive to recovery and to living a full life. We know that it reduces recidivism, acknowledging clients, trauma in not just in your clients, but in your colleagues and yourself as well. And by being trauma informed, reduces the burden on individuals, family, and society overall. Here are some examples of traumatic events, and I think most of us would agree that all of these are traumatic or can be traumatic to many people. There's intentional trauma, there's unintentional trauma, and then other types, that's always the like lumping together a bunch of different types of trauma. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this last type. I think the first two, we understand, we know what that looks like, but the other types of trauma that sometimes we forget about is historical trauma, community trauma, poverty, homelessness, ethnic cleansing, war, and vicarious trauma. So an example of historical trauma that affected the world would be the Holocaust in the 20th century, that millions of people were placed in camps, in prison camps, and many of them were either murdered or died because of the deprivations. That's a type of historical trauma that affects a wide range of people across the world. And each country and each community actually has their own historical traumas that they deal with. In the United States, we're dealing with enslavement, the history of enslavement in the United States. Community trauma would be a type of trauma such as a school shooting, a natural disaster that affected a particular community, like a tornado or a hurricane. I think, you know, poverty and homelessness, the others are probably more easily, the examples come to mind. So keep that in mind, that the trauma that your clients and your colleagues and your family members may be experiencing isn't just this intentional trauma, although that's very important, but there's other types of traumas that they either are experiencing or could have experienced over the course of their lifetime. We also know there's a budding area of science called epigenetics. And what that is, what they're finding, what those scientists are finding, is that some of the effects of the historical trauma show up in generations after the generations that actually experienced it firsthand, that it is being transmitted genetically across generations. So it isn't just that something happened in the past, so it has no meaning really or impact on current generations. We're finding that's not the case at all. So I want to back up for just a second. So one of the things I'd really like to stress and is really important is understanding the community that you're working with. Understand the people who come into your court, come into your behavioral health center, come into your law enforcement area, not just to know what happened to them in terms of a particular, if they were the victim of a violent crime, but also what else might be operating in terms of not only the way that of what they've experienced, but also the way in which they might be describing what happened to them. It may be that they don't seem, maybe in our sense of emotionally appropriate for what's happened to them, but we don't know what all else has happened to them, to their families, and to their communities to really place any expectation on how someone should respond to something that we all would agree is traumatic. We don't know what happened to them or to their families. So it's really important to get to know the communities that you're working in so that you can start to build a better understanding of the broader types of trauma they've experienced. This is one way of looking at all of that, really, as a pyramid. Of course, the base is in fact the base. This is what's happened to both individuals and to families and communities and entire societies. It's that historical trauma piece. And this really is built on, this is generational. This isn't something that just happened to an individual person. And this is therefore going to affect the social conditions that that person lives in, the way that the opportunities that they have, the barriers that they have. This is the more local piece of it. And built into that, then, many of you have probably heard of the adverse childhood experiences. This was originally a checklist of 10 experiences of whether people had these particular events happen over before they were age 18. And we know that, and I'm going to give you just a little peek into the research, we know that those childhood experiences, and we're starting to understand those social conditions and the generational trauma, can disrupt neurodevelopment. When children of all ages experience trauma, we know that it can disrupt their neurodevelopment, and that then is going to have an impact on their development. Not just their physical development, but the social, emotional, and cognitive development as well. And subsequently, that can have an impact on not only with their risk-taking behavior, but really their ability to even evaluate something as being risky. So these are all, as I said, these really build this pyramid. If you think about it as building up this base, and we know that people who've experienced trauma, a lot of trauma in particular, die at an earlier age of, and not necessarily of, say, a crime or an accident, but die of disease at an earlier age. So these are the adverse childhood experiences, or the ACEs. They can affect a person's physical health, mental health, the risky behavior that they engage in, and also the number of injuries. And as I said, I'll give you a little peek into the research here. These are some studies that have been done to look at people who were participating in the ACEs research. And each one of these health behaviors or outcomes, if you will, are significantly related to the number of adverse experiences that a person had before the age of 18. I think most of us would agree that none of these are healthy. Certainly, We know cigarette smoking is unhealthy. Suicide, obviously, suicide ideation, as well as suicide, attempted suicide or completed suicide. And many of these, if you go through this list and you look at all of these, many of these characteristics, if you will, or outcomes are really strongly associated with people in the justice system. Difficulty controlling anger, having memory impairment, really a lot of physical illness is attached to that early trauma. And the research is cited down here if you'd like to take a look at it more. We also know that there's a strong relationship between the number of adverse childhood experiences someone's had and their substance use and their mental health. So again, if you look at these lists of outcomes or behaviors or indicators, many of these are associated with people who are involved in your treatment programs. Many of them come to your attention because of specifically these particular outcomes, such as a person who has witnessed or someone who has experienced trauma in their childhood is more likely to not just witness in a personal violence, but also perpetrating it. So these are many of the behaviors that people will come into contact. Obviously, if someone has a substance use disorder and they are arrested as part of that, they may be showing up in your drug court or one of your other courts. So these are all, what I would say in looking across these behaviors and outcomes, if you will, it's important to have them on your radar, because this might not be the reason why someone came into contact with you. It may not be because it may be because they have a substance use disorder, but what you may not see is that relationship with trauma, to their obesity, to some of their sexuality issues, particularly around hypersexuality. These might also be part of their narrative, but not what brought them to your attention. So being aware of all of these different indicators of trauma can really start to lay the groundwork for having a trauma-informed approach. It's not an excuse, it's just an explanation. It's a way of a better understanding of the role that trauma plays in the clients that you work with, the participants in your programs, and in some cases with our coworkers. I'm going to skip over that for now. So there's been an effort at trying to expand the definition of adversity, and I gave you really some suggestion of that with the lower levels of the pyramid that I showed you. So there's been a lot of focus on making sure that we take into account the importance of being poor, so lower socioeconomic status, the impact of peer victimization, all of these that are listed here. Social isolation, which the pandemic has really heightened the social isolation that not just that adults experience, but certainly children as well. And then being exposed to community violence. So people who live in dangerous neighborhoods have higher levels of trauma, even if they were not the direct victim of that violence. There's something called the toxic triad. And what this means is that these three experiences in childhood are very likely to occur together, and they have similar kinds of outcomes. Again, it's important to have on your radar that in homes where there's a lot of domestic violence, where parents or the adult caregivers are combative with one another, both verbally and emotionally and physically. These are also households that have high levels of addiction and high levels of mental illness. Again, taking these together, if you could imagine planning for supervision, planning for treatment, you would want to make sure that you had all of this. It really is as potential focuses for the treatment plan or the supervision plan that you are developing for people in your programs. So I want to turn our attention now to vicarious trauma. This also is getting a lot more attention lately. It's a type of trauma. I'll distinguish it from some other terms that sometimes it's used interchangeably with. It is the same thing as secondary trauma. They really are the same, different words to describe the same thing. Or these are just some examples of ways in which secondary trauma or vicarious trauma have been described. Probably the one that is really sticks out is that cost of caring. that even if you are working in the justice system, which sometimes the primary role of the justice system is not to be a caring system, but instead to be one about accountability. Most people who work in the justice system do still care about the outcome of people. And this is especially true people who work in any kind of diversion program or treatment court. You get to know your clients, you get to know the participants in a way that you don't in just like a one-off docket that you might be also have. And so these are all ways to describe vicarious trauma. Some are very visceral in their description and some more descriptive. So let's talk about what vicarious trauma is not. It's not burnout, okay? And it's not compassion fatigue. Burnout is literally that physical and emotional exhaustion that you get from your work. This can be, there's a lot of causes of burnout, but burnout can lead to people quitting because they just can't take it anymore. Too much to do and too little time with too little compensation or respect for what you do. But that's burnout. It's not the same thing as vicarious trauma. And it's also not the same thing as compassion fatigue. This is the cumulative exhaustion or fatigue that you get from being exposed to people who have very rich, very deep traumatic stories that they tell you. And this is very common for people who work in the counseling professions, in the therapeutic professions, but it also is very common for people who work in treatment courts or diversion programs because you get to know the stories of the people you're working with. Now, what makes vicarious trauma different is that it's this shift in worldview that occurs. Now, remember that with the SAMHSA definition is that it has lasting effects on you. That's the trauma piece. That's when it closes the circle, not just that you're tired, that you've got too much to do, that you just can't really hear another story about another person's very traumatic life, but it's when your worldview shifts and you really start to develop symptoms of trauma as though you experienced them yourself. And this, Charles Figley describes it this way. It's once you've been exposed to trauma, to the scene, the stories, you hear them, you experience them, and you begin to suffer. You begin to suffer the consequences, much as though you had experienced the trauma yourself. That's what the change that takes place, okay? So it's really important to know it's not the same thing as burnout. Burnout is when you don't have enough resources to do the job. Vicarious trauma is when you start to embody the same symptoms as people who have experienced it firsthand. And some of those symptoms are cognitive, with both compassion fatigue and vicarious trauma, but vicarious trauma takes it to that next step. So you have rigid black and white thinking, memory loss, confusion. Think about what I described, the research on the ACEs. Memory loss is a common symptom of trauma. People who are no longer able to recognize cause and effect. People become preoccupied with what they can't control. And dissociation is also a characteristic of vicarious trauma and of primary trauma as well. So some of the emotional symptoms of vicarious trauma and compassion fatigue are listed here. You have fear and anxiety, isolation, withdrawal, being overwhelmed even by tasks that didn't used to be overwhelming to you, feeling powerless, being irritable, being angry a lot, having self-doubt about your capabilities, both professionally and personally. And there are also the physical symptoms, as we know from the ACEs studies. And these also can affect people who are experiencing vicarious trauma. So all of what we've learned about primary trauma, whether in your own experiences or courses that you've taken, vicarious trauma, those are risks for people experiencing vicarious trauma as well. So who's at risk in the legal field? The easiest answer is everybody. But think carefully about what people are exposed to in the course of their work. And those are individuals who run the risk of developing vicarious trauma. Okay, they haven't experienced it first, but as Figley has told us, it's the cost of caring because of the work that you do. You hear it over and over and over again. There's been a little bit of research on vicarious trauma among judges, And most of these have been done by judicial organizations in the United States, asking what are the pain points. And for new judges, it's developing that judicial identity, because what happens with that is having to separate yourself from people who were previously your colleagues and perhaps your sounding boards. And so it's really important for judges to have peers who they can share their experiences with. In some communities have special psychologists who will work directly with judges because they understandably have because of their role and the professional isolation, they would not be appropriate for them to share it with just their co-workers. We found that in a survey that was done in 2018 is that a quarter of judges reported that they had missed 10 days or more of work due to stress. Now think about that. That's 2 full work weeks that a quarter of judges admitted that they had missed because of stress. So most judges report that they have experienced and worked toward combating, if you will, secondary trauma. And this isn't just treatment court judges. These are judges who preside over many different kinds of dockets. And one of the surveys that was mentioned on the previous slide is if you look at the cluster of frustrating situations, this is what judges said they have a really hard time with. So it's not just bad things happening, but it's also just the nature of the work can be very frustrating and also complicate or add to the stress that judges experience. There's been a little bit of research on other court professionals. The American Bar Association and the Hazelden Foundation found that attorneys experience high levels of depression, anxiety, and substance use, all of which are symptoms of vicarious trauma. And these are elevated beyond other people who are similar to them in age, race, education level, et cetera. So just attorneys experience very high levels of substance use and alcohol use in particular. Probation officers also report very high levels of trauma and stress related to their work. Interestingly, it's related to longevity in a specific assignment. So working with someone and getting to know them longer by being their probation officer for a longer period of time actually seems to aggravate the vicarious trauma. We know that behavioral health providers, in fact, I think most of you probably are aware that behavioral health started looking at vicarious trauma way before the justice system did. And it really started with people who were counselors to people who'd been the victims of sexual trauma. They started to recognize that some of the same symptoms in people who had experienced sexual trauma that they also recognized in people who had PTSD from other forms of exposure, such as combat trauma. So they started to really move the field, if you will, into looking at not only what their clients had experienced, but what they experienced by working with this population caused some residual trauma in the caregivers themselves. Remember that cost of caring. So these are really to be on the lookout for these symptoms, if you will, is if you're a supervisor, it's really important that you're aware of the symptoms of vicarious trauma and what you should be on the lookout for. Probably what you would most recognize would be change in someone's work product. Unless you have personal conversations with the people you supervise or your coworkers, you probably wouldn't know about difficulties they were having in relationships or that they were feeling burnout, et cetera, or even that health problems that they were having. But you would start to see changes in behavior at work. And those are things, job performance. If you see someone's job performance slipping, people who used to be very attentive to detail, all of a sudden not being, people becoming very cynical, some of your strongest team members, all of a sudden who were always there to have the positive spin on things that happen, taking a more pessimistic view of the future. Those should be clues to you. This should make you concerned and really make sure that you have the supports in place to not only for yourself, but also for the others who work in your program. We know then that that last E of the 3 E's, the event, the experience, and the effect, that these are long-term effects, potentially long-term effects. They really come, if you look inside this Pentagon, we don't see the powerlessness that some of our coworkers or the people we're working with, our clients, have and experience. We probably don't see the anger, the pain, the fear. But what we see instead are what's really on the outside of this, of these 5 points, if you will. We see someone's degraded physical health. We see perhaps their mental health issues, that more depression, more anxiety. Maybe someone is developing obsessive compulsive disorders, et cetera. Behavior problems, especially with the people who come before you in your court. This is what, that's why you know them. Their behaviors have gotten them into trouble. And so they are coming before you or into your program. People with trauma histories often have poor relationships, fractured families, fractured friends, not able to hold a job because of getting into scuffles with coworkers, and of course, substance use. And that's something also which may be why you know someone, is because they've come into your program because of their substance use. So we like to think about really thinking about the balance, if you will, for trauma, not just for clients and people in your program, but also for our coworkers and ourselves. And there's always ways to build resilience. And there are risk factors that are going to be in place regardless of what we do. The work you do is really hard, and that isn't going to change. But there are ways that we can manage that organizationally and personally to build more resilience. And so this slide just gives some examples. We know that sometimes people are drawn to our work because of their own experiences. So acknowledging that, not just that they may be experiencing vicarious trauma, but may be at risk for developing vicarious trauma because of their own trauma histories, just as an example. So you think about it, fully leafed tree is that resilience that we want to build in people, not just in our clients, but also in ourselves, and also acknowledging what those risk factors are and be able to reduce them to the extent that we can. So I'm going to leave you with one more slide. It's really a way of, it's an African proverb that until the lion has his own storyteller, the tales of the hunt will always favor the hunter. So this can mean a lot of things to us individually, but what I like to think about it is until we talk about trauma, until we acknowledge trauma, not just in ourselves, but in others, and we don't give people a voice to talk about their trauma, we're telling their story, and they should be telling the story themselves. So I will end with that. And here's my contact information. I welcome you to contact me if you have questions. And now I will turn it over to Robin.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And it seems like I'm having the same issue of, here we go, of showing the slides. Here we go. Thank you. So thank you, Lisa, for all of that information. Certainly those of us who are very much passionate about this work never feel like there's enough time to talk about it, and likely feel that rushing through it is kind of anti-trauma informed. I'm going to try to focus on some of the most pertinent issues as I do my section. I do tend to use I'm sorry, there are things in my screen. I do tend to use the iceberg when I talk about trauma. And that is partly because I'm from Newfoundland, and partly because I think it is very appropriate to know that what we are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg, and there is so much underneath. So if we are going to work with trauma-informed principles, then we are also learning to embrace complexity. And sometimes complexity causes us to look the other way, or say things like that client is inappropriate for our program, rather than reversing it and saying our program is inappropriate for the client. So this is all about embracing complexity. A trauma-informed approach, and this is from SAMHSA, to services or intervention acknowledges the prevalence and impact of trauma, attempts to create a sense of safety for all participants, whether or not they have a trauma diagnosis. Becoming trauma-informed requires re-examining policies and procedures that may result in participants feeling loss of control in specific situations, training staff to be welcoming and non-judgmental, and modifying physical environments. The goal is to fully engage participants by minimizing perceived threats, avoiding re-traumatization, and supporting recovery. There is often little or no cost involved in implementing trauma-informed principles, policies, and practices. There's a lot in that statement, so I'm going to try to break it down for you. We can provide trauma-informed care. Today, I'm going to focus on courts and court systems and the court and treatment partnerships, universal precautions, and use of language. So the courts and treatment partnerships. So the court system or the justice system is where trauma and justice collide. The prevalence of trauma among those incarcerated is staggering. The system is design is inherently wrought with non-trauma informed components. In our courts, we have physical environments and court processes that are meant to demonstrate power over the people who come into our courts. I'm going to talk a little bit about danger zones for the partnership between justice and treatment and solutions. So I talked about the prevalence. If you look at these statistics, you'll see things like people in jails, 91% of women, 80% of men, 86% of men have experienced lifetime physical violence. There's the PTSD statistics. All of this to say, I mean, 2/3 of women and men in substance abuse treatment report childhood physical or sexual abuse. All of this is to say, if you work in this field, you work with people who have experienced and are experiencing trauma. So why are prisons and jails particularly triggering environments? Because they're designed with the criminal's perpetrator mindset. I will tell you that I have never met someone in, for instance, our drug treatment court who was not a victim first, but the system thinks of them as a perpetrator and not a victim. There's confinement and overcrowding and lack of privacy in jails. There's lack of control and choice and restricted movement, and there are searches. Things are often similar to the abuse environments that they have experienced. So everything about jails just compound that sense of trauma and those trauma triggers. It is harder in jail to get primary coping mechanisms. It's not impossible, but it is harder. And most of the clients we come in contact with, for now, drugs are their primary coping mechanisms. I think sometimes we have this black and white, drugs are bad and abstinence is good, but we cannot underestimate that until other mechanisms are developed, drugs are what people use to self-medicate and deal with their trauma. And you also have high worker stress in prisons and jails. Why are courtrooms and court proceedings particularly triggering environments? Well, they are meant to accentuate power and control. So they are wrought with this othering people. So there are the good people who get to sit up the front, and there are the bad people who get to sit behind the barriers. There are all sorts of symbols of power, from the dais that the judge sits on with the physical setup, the barriers, the police presence, there's weapons and handcuffs. There are reactions if people make a misstep. There is the situation where someone else speaks for you and you're almost in a situation of needing to be seen and not heard. You have people talking about you and not including you. I remember when I worked with young parents and they would go to court because their children were being taken away from them and being put in the system. And they would have the prosecutor and their workers sitting up at the front before court started, laughing and joking with each other because they were friends. Well, all the client wanted to do was just run, thinking that they had no power whatsoever. And there is some assumption made that you are dangerous. People are silenced, and one of my favorites is this. And I will tell you that in the Toronto Drug Treatment Court, there's going to be a new courthouse in Toronto, and we have been able to get a purpose-built courtroom, because one of the things I say, especially to new students who are coming into drug treatment court, is when you are sitting in the body of the court and you have the Crown and the defense and all of the people up in front of you, you have the judge on a dais looking down at you, and then all of the other people have their backs to you. And I call that the wall of backs, or the wall of power. So let's talk about the danger zones. The danger zones of partnerships with the court. So I was talking to my team recently and I said, the whole existence of a drug treatment court is an ethical dilemma. And normally we would not partner with and give information to people in the court, especially crowns or judges. But there's a danger in partnering, and we have to be cognizant of these dangers. For instance, there is the danger of the treatment team relying on the power of the court rather than relying on their clinical skills. This is hard work. And when you're in a relationship with a court team, often we can get to that point where, oh, the court has power, so let's use the court to make this job a little easier for us. There's role blurring sometimes, in fact, often. And I think that one of the things that we have to be careful of in such a partnership is to not blur the roles too much, but also not to be too rigid with the roles. Everybody has their unique partnership, and I think of it as a Venn diagram. We're not all completely separate when we come together like this. In the center is the client, and there's a lot of flexibility by all of the partners in such a partnership. We need to keep strong boundaries, but we need to reconsider what boundaries are. When Lisa was talking about vicarious trauma, certainly one of the things that we have to remember, and which can put us more in danger of this vicarious trauma, is that we can't really help people unless we come up close to that boundary line. And one of the ways I envision it is, if we are too far away from that boundary line, that means knowing the client and knowing who they are and caring about them, then we are of no use. If we go over the boundary line, then we are no use either. We actually tend to cause harm. And not valuing or understanding therapeutic rapport is also one of the danger zones. When we come together in a partnership such as Drug Treatment Court, this is not business as usual. The therapeutic nature of the courts and dealing with the clients is important. And the therapeutic nature is reflective of, in another way to say, trauma-informed care. So what do? We we talk about universal precautions. Whether it is obvious or not that someone has been impacted by trauma, the best way to approach everyone is as if they have trauma. We will harm people who are impacted by trauma if we don't do this, but we will not harm people who aren't impacted by trauma if we do treat them in a trauma-informed way. So trauma knowledge is one of the ways that we apply universal precautions. So trauma responses are often misunderstood and misinterpreted. It makes our work ineffective or less effective, and sometimes even re-traumatizing. So we need to know what trauma is. We need to know what we're seeing. I often say that if the responses that a client is giving don't make sense, then please assume trauma. Step back and assume it. And when we don't understand trauma, this can cause a reaction from us of restricting service, of increasing dropouts or discharges. Trauma-informed care means that we look for ways to not discharge people for proving by their behaviors that they need us. Lisa talked about some of the root causes of trauma. Here are some of those repeated: the physical abuse, incarceration itself, grief and loss, delayed grief, witness to violence and death, all of the childhood, adverse childhood effects. And I've listed them there. But what is really important is that it is not how we rate these events. It is how the person experiences it. One of the things that is important in our thought process is not what is wrong with you, but what has happened to you when we are dealing with different behaviors that are reflective of a trauma approach. What are some of the trauma triggers? Well, sounds, odors, touch, familiar situations, voice, tone, confinement. It really depends on the person and their experience, and we cannot always anticipate it, which is another reason why we apply universal precautions. Some of the symptoms: panic, fear, fight, freeze or flight, anger, defensiveness, agitation, avoidance, detachment, self-harm. Hypervigilance is huge. Sleeplessness, startle reflexes, intrusive experience. Substance use and mental illness are symptoms of trauma. And when emotions don't match the situation, when in doubt, assume trauma. There are some key principles to help us frame our actions and thoughts and interactions, like acknowledgement in everything we say or do, even the materials that we provide, creating safety plans, making sure our physical environments are safe, trustworthiness, giving people choice and control, relational and collaborative approaches, and a strengths-based and empowerment model. We could spend a day talking about all of those things, but I think we're running out of time, so I'm going to continue on. There are some bigger picture strategies, like doing a self-assessment, developing a decision-making framework, ensuring that we have a trauma-informed lens, engaging in cultural humility and paying attention to treatment evidence, remembering why we exist. So a drug treatment court exists because punishment has not worked. So thinking that punishment is going to change people who have been in and out of jail for most of their lives is just putting them back in the same situation that they came to us under. Meeting, discussing, and processing, keep talking to each other. And a framework or a mindset that I call deposits versus withdrawals. Every time we approach somebody with a trauma-informed approach, with therapeutic rapport, we are making a deposit. Every time we ask them to do something, whether it's requirements of the court or treatment, we are taking a withdrawal. When people are resisting, it often means that we need to deposit more. And there's no formula for this. This is about the person, not about us, not about how much time or how much effort. It's individual. And people with extreme trauma need a lot of deposits in order to feel that trust and to feel that safety. And then there's language and attitude and values. How we view the client and this work matters. We all have assumptions and biases and values, and there are common practices within this work that are really outdated. What we say matters, labels and expectations and substance use terminology. All of those things play into stigmatizing and re-traumatizing. So, for instance, we often develop remedies based on how we view or value the individual. And so when treatment and courts combine, the court system traditionally thinks of people as offenders. And if you break down that word, then we think of people as being offensive. In treatment, we use client or participant, and we don't label them as an offender. Court systems talk about fact and evidence. And in the treatment world, we talk about process and context and defining success. Before I go to the next step, I do want to make it clear that I am not saying that court systems are not trauma-informed and treatment systems are. But I think that when we're talking about a partnership between court and treatment, looking at the treatment evidence about how we treat people with trauma really matters. And I think our systems do look at people differently. The court system, especially Crowns, have to think about safety for public, and treatment thinks about safety for the client, for instance, trauma and harm reduction. And the court system often thinks about consistency and fairness. So they think about equal, and we often think about individualizing and making things equitable. As soon as we make things the same for everyone, we are actually making them unequitable for a number of people. The court system is about external motivation, and we want to move in a trauma-informed way to internal motivation. The authority and power that I've talked about versus therapeutic rapport and relationship building. I think most people would know that one of the top indicators of a client's success is the relationship they have with the judge. And the court system thinks about judging behaviors, and a trauma-informed approach is accepting behaviors as the person's best attempt in the moment and something they can improve over time. We often talk about offenders deserving limited opportunities or deserving jail as opposed to deserving opportunities. So, are we trauma-informed or are we not trauma-informed? I did talk about doing a self-assessment, and these are some of the things that can help us do that self-assessment. I'm going to just focus on the not trauma-informed. So a lack of education about trauma and impacts, and you can see the other part of the slide. Misdiagnosis of trauma responses, so judging people on their responses without thinking about what might be behind it. The tradition of toughness and reliance on heavy-handed and confrontational approaches. This is how treatment systems used to be, and this is certainly how many court systems still are. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work for most people. Some of you will say, well, I know somebody who really wanted that tough approach. So yeah, it does work for some people, but typically that tradition of toughness does not work. Safety cultures work. A closed system, advocacy is discouraged. We are the experts, as opposed to collaborating and realizing that the client is an expert in their own life and also an expert in substance use. Lack of understanding leads to client blaming and misinterpretation, focusing on external control and motivation, and authority, rules, and consequences are all drawbacks of a non-trauma-informed system. Labeling language such as manipulative, needy, provocative, non-compliant, Yes, this is one of my pet peeves. I'll use one example. We are all manipulative. If I am smiling doing this presentation, I am trying to elicit a response from you. If I am yelling and being forceful during this presentation, I am trying to elicit a response from you. Our clients are doing the best they can to get their needs met, and we often label that as being manipulative. Lack of respect and routine actions like yelling and issuing orders and tough talk and not providing privacy is not trauma-informed. Imposing automatic and inflexible consequences for rule violations. That going back to punishing people when they prove they need our services. Power and control residing exclusively with staff, and rules and demands for compliance. If we don't give over some power and control to clients, then we will not be successful. Trauma is at its core a situation in which people do not have power. They have lost their power and control, and that is what causes the trauma. And adaptive behaviors, so substance use, mental health issues, some of the anger issues, some of the other things that our clients display are actually adaptive behaviors. And if we see them as intentional or self-destructive or confrontational or uncooperative or manipulative or provocative, then that is not trauma-informed. Seeing them as a function of adaptive behaviors and understood as survival strategies and resilience and quest for safety is more trauma-informed. If you want to see something about trauma-informed courts and judges, this is a great resource that's online. I will mention this. This is something that I talk about often about language. You know, we use languages and labels a lot, and people say, well, they're just short forms, or I don't mean it. And I think that you can start at any part of this chart and keep cycling through. As we talk about our clients, we start valuing them that way. As we value them, we start treating them that way. As we treat them, they believe that they are that person. And as they believe, they act. What do our actions and practices and rules say about our values? Do we value trauma-informed care? And as Lisa has talked about with vicarious trauma, how do we stay grounded? I firmly believe that meeting in teams, and in our treatment teams, we get clinical supervision. I think that court teams actually need an equivalent. I've started processing deaths, not just with our treatment team, but also with our court team. I think those things are really important. We need to stay grounded in order to provide effective trauma-informed care. This is a quote which I will end with. The most significant predictor of treatment success is an empathic, hopeful, continuous treatment relationship in which integrated treatment and coordination of care can take place through multiple treatment episodes. That's Dr. Ken Minkoff. And it's important, it's multiple. One size does not fit all. One episode of treatment does not usually fix or cure someone. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. I recognize the time. So I'm going to truncate my my remarks to 3 minutes. And if at any time anyone is to send in a question, I'll interrupt my comments and go to the question. So the Q&A is there. A number of years ago, a group of us went across the country to try and collect stories from people with lived experience. We collected about 52 stories from people with lived experience, and we published it in a book called People, Places, and Things. And you remember, I also, this morning, for those of you who were here, I read out a story from that particular book. And there is something about those stories that illustrate trauma in what the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, has described it as the 3 E's, right? They all always show an event, something happens, the person that it happens to experiences something and has an effect. So for example, you saw SF, the therapist who I talked about yesterday, this morning, who, as a result of having to cut down a woman, a girl who had committed suicide, suffered some vicarious trauma and the impact that had on him. And it demonstrated how a trauma-informed strategy helped them. So SAMHSA talks about 6 principles which I try to apply in my courtroom environment, trying to create safety for people who come in, because we understand that people we see have experienced trauma. We experience trauma ourselves, trying to create trustworthiness and transparency, ensuring that there's peer support. TF shows the fact that we need to support each other. I'm sure in your teams, you've seen people who've had a rough day because of the things that we experienced and the need for support. The need for collaboration and mutuality, then the need to ensure empowerment and in terms of voice and choice for the people who appear before us, and the need to address cultural, historical, and gender issues. And Terence Walton will address that when he speaks on Thursday. Now, I'm just going to end with the 3 R's because we have run out of time. The 4 R's. When people are appearing before us, it's important for us to realize the prevalence of trauma. We've heard that. Recognize how trauma affects individuals and respond to it effectively and with compassion, and try to resist re-traumatization. I will commend 2 sources of material to anybody who is interested. If you want to understand trauma, the SAMHSA guide has excellent material on trauma. But there is a document that has been prepared by the National Judicial Institute that doesn't say a single word about trauma, but talks about how judges and people in the justice system could treat people fairly. That guide, called Problem Solving in Canada's Courtrooms, is an excellent guide in terms of trying to adopt a trauma-informed approach when people appear in the courtroom, whether they are in whether it's in a treatment court or in a not treatment court. And with that, I think I have to end. Erin, over to you.
Huge thank you to both Robin and Dr. Callahan. We appreciate the very insightful presentations, and we appreciate your time here today as well. So thank you very much. At this time, we are going to take a quick health break, and we will reconvene at 2:45 for our last segment of day 1.
Robin, I just want to tell you how impressed I am by the work that you're doing in the Toronto Drug Treatment Court. I'm part of the Brampton Drug Treatment Court, and I texted Jen Graham, the assistant crown attorney, and I said we need to have a road trip so that we can go see this firsthand. It is just so impressive. Thank you.
Our court is still online right now, so you can any Tuesday at all, and you can also join our Thursday case discussions if you want.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You guys are doing such great work, and I hope that we get our Brampton drug treatment to the place of yours.
Yeah, well, there's always still room for improvement, and I think the thing is you can go backwards if you're not. What we're really talking about is creating a culture.
Yes.
And unless you stay on top of those values and that culture, you can easily go backwards as well. So it's a caution to be there. But in the new courthouse, our courtroom is actually not going to have a dais for the judge. And the Crown and all the court players are going to be, with the judge in the center, are going to be in a semicircle facing the clients.
That is amazing, just so incredible. And I think that it'll be so well received, and you'll likely observe a shift even in behavior and presentation.
Yeah. So, but it takes a lot of work, and every time, staff change, you go back to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing this a long time now. So it was when I came into the program, I think it was 11 years ago, I made it my number one priority to change the culture to a trauma-informed culture. And there are times when we slip off that road.
Fair enough. Yeah.
We do. But yeah, things like a couple of weeks ago, a client was going to receive a sanction, and we knew that it would be difficult for him, and the judge asked him if he felt that sanction was fair.
Okay.
And he was able to respond to what he felt was the fairness or not fairness of it. I wanted to tell some of these stories actually, but we didn't get a chance because, time does fly when you're presenting, right? We had a client once who the Crown especially was thinking that he didn't care. He was kind of had this swagger and didn't seem interested. When we explained to him that this was the anniversary of the death of the client's mother and father, and because the Crown was saying, if he cared, I wouldn't be giving this sanction. And that was many years ago. We rarely use jail time as a sanction at this point. Can't remember the last time we did, but back then we did. Now, we never punish anyone for using, ever.
Yeah. Same with the court.
But so what happened was, when the Crown heard that and understood that this was a trauma response, because especially in men, they find it really difficult when they're trauma impacted, their emotions often don't reflect the situation. They don't match. So the Crown said, I'm not going to take away this sanction, but would you like to do it now, or would you like to do it next week? Mm-hmm. Because we understand you have some personal things you need to attend to. Yeah. So even in the context of sanctions, we can be trauma informed.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to go to the Chippewas of the Thames because they were talking about starting a drug treatment court. And we recognized very quickly as we got into our presentation that there was just so much more value in the storytelling. When we talked about the people, the folks that make up our drug treatment court, they were really, I think that resonated with them much more than some of the slides that I had taken hours to prepare. So that was a good learning for me. But yeah, I really do appreciate the stories, and I'd love to bend your ear at a later date.
Anytime. Erin, is everyone else listening to this now? Because we've been talking throughout. I don't know. We haven't said anything wrong. It's just more information.
Yeah, no, it's been recording and everyone can hear, but it's a good conversation to overhear for sure.
Yeah, I was aware that might be possible, and that's fine. It's a coffee break discussion.
Exactly.
So we had somebody recently who was really behaving awful and at the front desk, and it was concerning. And I said, well, this person went to jail last week, had an overdose since he got out of jail, and is sleeping in a tent. I think he has the right to be cranky.
Okay. Yeah. When you provide that context and you present people as people, not as their behaviors and their crimes.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm perfectly happy that people might have been listening in, and I was aware of that.
All right.
Thank you very much, Robin. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, everyone. We are moving on to the next section. So I have the pleasure of introducing someone who is very special to me. Mary Pagani has been an integral part in connecting community partners, including myself, to formulate extremely strong associations, teams, and individuals. Mary is the manager of programs, partnerships, and operations with the Peel Addiction Assessment and Referral Center. Mary has worked with PARC for 17 years and has been an active HSJCC committee member for the past 5 years, with the most recent participation in the role of co-chair. Mary has been instrumental in the development, implementation, and operations of the Brampton Drug Treatment Court. She recognizes the value of partnership and as such has made significant efforts to bring community stakeholders together. Her contributions to the addictions and mental health sector has positively affected those who are impacted by substance use and or mental illness. So Mary, it is all you.
Well, thank you so much, Erin, for that very warm welcome and for bringing us to this part of the agenda. As mentioned, my name is Mary Pagani, and I have the distinct pleasure of moderating this panel to discuss the very important and critical topic of the opioid crisis. Today, our esteemed panelists will address the opioid crisis and the implications for the criminal justice system, law enforcement, and treatment. I am joined today by 3 very well-respected and incredibly knowledgeable professionals who will share their perspectives and their experiences as it relates to the opioid crisis. I'll introduce each panelist before they each present, and I'll ask that we hold down questions until after all 3 presenters have had an opportunity to present to us. So without further ado, I'm going to move us along, and I'm going to introduce to you our first presenter, and that is Dr. Ali Damji. Dr. Ali Damji is an academic family physician, an addiction medicine curriculum lead, quality initiatives program director, and COVID-19 director at Credit Valley Family Health Team in his hometown of Mississauga. He additionally specializes in addiction medicine and practices at the Halton and Mississauga RAM Clinic, and he regularly teaches medical students and resident doctors on the topic of addiction medicine at the University of Toronto. During the pandemic, Dr. Damji became Trillium Health Partners physician lead for the COVID-19 assessment centers and a clinical lead for the mass vaccination centers. He is the newest elected member of the Professional Staff Association Executive. He is an assistant professor at the University of Toronto Department of Family and Community Medicine and investigator at the Institute for Better Health. He is actively involved in the leadership of many areas of our healthcare system, including as a member of the Ontario Health Central Region Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Table. And he was recently honored with the College of Family Physicians of Canada Award of Excellence, Mississauga Academy of Medicine Clerkship Teaching Award, and the COVID Hero Award from the City of Mississauga. Driven by his family's history as new immigrants and refugees, He is deeply passionate about improving health equity. So thank you so much, and I will move it over to you, Dr. Gamgee.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Mary, and for the opportunity to present today. I'm just going to share my screen, and I'll just confirm that it's working before I start. Okay, is it still up? Yeah, okay, perfect. So thank you again to everyone for having me here today. And I'll be kicking things off by speaking about the opioid crisis, and specifically from the medical perspective, how did we get here and what are we going to do about it now? In terms of a little bit about me, you've heard that really kind introduction from Mary. But I wanted to speak a little bit around how I became involved in this field of addiction medicine. And really, like I'm sure is the case for so many of us here at this virtual table today, it's really something that you fall into in many ways. And so for me, there's some photos there from my time when I was a medical student where I decided one day to volunteer with distributing safe supplies around the city of Toronto. And so we were in that gigantic van from Toronto Public Health, and we're going around and meeting patients and clients who use substances where they were and providing them with safe supplies. And I remember that left such a huge impression on me as a medical student and made me think around wanting to do more. And then the other photos that I have here are actually from up north, from remote parts of Northern Ontario. When I was a family practice resident, in my final year, I traveled up north to Sioux Lookout, and I spent some time in some of the remote communities that were fly-in communities around that area. And these included regions such as Cat Lake, as well as Sandy Lake. And these are some photos from that area. And I recall one of the presenters was mentioning the rates of poverty in those communities. And as you can see, certainly the conditions in these areas are quite unfortunate. You can see that there's a lack of roads and infrastructure in these places, and there were high prevalence rates of addiction. And part of my talk today is going to be around looking back at those social determinants of health that were mentioned this morning. Now, also, I think it's important for us to recognize what our patients encounter in our health system. And so these can be common things that they can hear from even medical professionals and health professionals, being called drug seekers, being called problem patients. And, these are the patients you don't want to take on into your practice because they're going to be problematic and cause difficulties. This goes back to that trauma-informed care and some of the practices that we have in place, some of the rules that we have in place in our practices and communities. And these can be quite traumatizing to our patients. They can be labeled as addicts or junkies, or told that there isn't much that the healthcare system in its traditional way can provide to them, and often, are shown the door. And this can be the very sad, real reality that's lived by our patients. And I certainly hear that even in this day and age at my RAM clinic. And so it's important that when we think about addiction, we think about it in a very holistic way. And that's one of the areas that I'm quite passionate about. And when we think about addiction, it's important that we move beyond what we may have been socialized to think in the past. For example, there was a time where people were told that addiction only happened to bad people, or that it was some sort of moral failing, or if someone wasn't religious, that meant that they would develop an addiction. And we certainly know now that isn't the case. And I'm next going to speak a little bit about that. So this here is the dopaminergic pathway in the brain. And dopamine is one of the neurotransmitters in our brain that's very crucial to memory formation, but it also helps us to remember experiences that are both positive and negative. And so if you get a good sensation or a good memory from something, that will essentially activate this pathway. And so this is the part of our brain that essentially experiences reward. And reward can come from a variety of different things. Let's say, for example, if you really enjoy video games or you really enjoy exercise, that may very well activate that dopamine pathway and make you feel good and want you to have more of the stimulus. However, what happens in the case of addiction is that this pathway gets hijacked by that substance. And so let's say if the substance is an opioid, the opioid is going to activate that dopamine pathway. It's going to potentially make someone feel well, and so they're going to want to use the substance again. But what happens over time is that the receptors will actually start to upregulate. So what that means is now you have more receptors, but if you're using the same amount of the drug, it's not going to activate all of those receptors like it was before. And so that's how tolerance develops. And that's why people then need to use more of the substance to get the same effect. However, it's not all about just receiving a high from that particular substance. And we know that now in this newer model of understanding addiction. So that dopaminergic pathway is part of the picture. And in this diagram, that's referring to the basal ganglia. And I'll label things as I go. So hopefully you can see my pointer. So the basal ganglia is where we get that dopaminergic pathway that I was just describing. And that's that feel-good sensation that comes from the substance. However, there are also other parts of the brain that are involved. So our prefrontal cortex is the front part of the brain, and that's what's responsible for executive function, so allowing us to make decisions. When someone uses substances, what ends up happening is that this part of the brain becomes very preoccupied with the substance. It becomes hijacked again by that substance, and all that someone can think about is that substance, and their life starts to revolve around the anticipation and the behaviors around trying to obtain that substance. And that's why that's part of the diagnostic criteria that we use, because people become very preoccupied with that substance. And that's actually an effect on the prefrontal cortex of the brain. And then this last part here, the extended amygdala, is something I really want to pay special attention to, because it goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the impact of trauma, with the impact of mental health and what that does to someone. And so there's a new phenomenon that we're describing in the field of addiction medicine called hyperkatifia. And what hyperkatifia refers to is an enhanced feeling of negative emotions. So the things that are making people upset, the things that, traumatize people, the childhood trauma that they may have had, the psychiatric comorbidities that they have, the genetic factors and the environment that they're in, those all may contribute to negative emotions. And what the substance is actually doing is it's suppressing that hyperkatifia. But what happens in the long term is that the substance actually starts to make their perception of these things even worse. And so they start to experience withdrawal when they don't use the substance. And a lot of that trauma, a lot of those psychiatric comorbidities, they flare up when they stop using the substance. And that's why, for many of us who work in the field of addiction medicine, when you see your patients, they're not seeing you because they're getting a rush or a high from the substance anymore. Instead, what they're experiencing day in and day out is an absolute misery if they're not using the substance, and they're trying to escape that constantly. And really, that's stemming from this hyperkatifia and the extended amygdala. So I think that framing is really important, because really addiction is a disease of despair. It's not a disease that is caused because people are getting highs off of substances. It's a disease of despair, and they're trying to make all of this negative stuff that they're experiencing go away. And the science is certainly backing that up. Now, in terms of the 4 C's of addiction medicine that we use in terms of making diagnosis, addiction is characterized by a loss of control over the use of a substance, compulsion to use the substance, meaning that they can't really control themselves, and all of a sudden, if they start using a little bit, it turns into a lot very quickly. Use despite consequences, so despite the negative consequences, whether they've been legal consequences, as we've discussed today, whether they've been personal consequences, social consequences, the use continues despite that. And cravings is the other C of addiction medicine. Now, you may be wondering, well, what makes a drug addictive? Why is it that only some things cause addiction and others don't? And that really relates to 2 concepts: pharmacodynamics, which is what the drug does to the body, and pharmacokinetics, what the body does to the drug. So pharmacodynamics will refer to things like whether a drug is a full agonist or if it's a partial agonist, and what exactly it does at that receptor in the brain. And a pharmacokinetic aspect is things like rate of the absorption of the drug. How quickly does the body eliminate the drug from the body and process it? And how long does it take for it to metabolize the drug? These are different things that will affect whether or not a drug is addictive. Some other factors that may play a role also are things like the lipophilicity of the blood, and that refers to whether or not it can pass through fat. And the reason why that's important is that the blood-brain barrier will have a predominance for certain substances that can cross that blood-brain barrier. And so again, that's an element of a substance that might make it more addictive. It's important too to think about things like how long-acting or short-acting a substance is, which again gets back to those pharmacodynamics, and that will indicate whether or not an opioid is addictive. So for example, methadone, which I'll talk about as a treatment for patients suffering from opioid use disorder, has a very, very long half-life, and it doesn't cause a typical peak and trough. So when it's processed by the body, it's not going to give someone a rush and then a crash. It's going to just keep things level so their withdrawal is maintained. So that's an example of that concept there. I know you've seen this slide already, but I wanted to show it again, which is, the importance of the social determinants of health and how much these other factors contribute to someone's experience of illness. And remember, addiction is an illness. It's a medical condition. And certainly these social determinants play a huge role in whether or not someone suffers from addiction and how well they do in terms of their treatments. And to maybe provide a more local example, it was mentioned that I'm from Mississauga, and so certainly I'm quite passionate about my hometown. And I wanted to show some of the changes that have happened in our region in a very short amount of time. So this is Peel region in 1980, and this is essentially showing rates of income levels across different neighborhoods here. So the areas that are kind of this yellow color are middle income. The areas that are blue are high, or dark blue are very high. And the areas that are brown are low or very low. And you'll see the change. So this is 1980, this is 2001, and this is 2016. So as you can see, the demographics and the socioeconomic status of our population has changed dramatically. But what myself and other clinicians practicing in the area will tell you is that the provision of services hasn't kept pace with what we're seeing there. And certainly when we think about things like the COVID-19 pandemic and which areas of Peel were most highly affected, you can also see a predominance and a correlation there in terms of the areas that are suffering in poverty. And the same is true for addiction. Certainly we do see addiction across the continuum, and I see patients of every income level coming through my doors. But I definitely do see a predominance amongst those who are in lower socioeconomic status. And certainly the patients who perhaps may never seek treatment are going to be represented in those groups because they simply can't access the treatments that are available. Now, the other part of today is talking about how we actually got here, and specifically here, meaning the opioid crisis. And so I wanted to first show this diagram, which shows 3 different ways of the opioid crisis and overdose deaths. And so I'm first going to talk about wave 1, which was the rise in prescription opioid overdose deaths that started in 1999. Now, how did this even happen in the first place? And we're all probably wondering this now, looking back, now 20 to 21 years ago, as to how we could have believed that these drugs were safe. And it's incredible when you look back and look through the literature, just how dangerous some of the practices were and how we relied on evidence that really wasn't there. So this is a really famous 1980 letter. It's not even a journal article. It was in a peer-reviewed journal that was just a small little paragraph there. And you'll see in this letter, it says the following, that recently we examined our current files to determine the incidence of narcotic addiction in 39,946 hospitalized medical patients who were monitored consecutively. And although there were about 12,000 patients who received at least one narcotic preparation, there were only 4 cases of reasonably well-documented addiction in patients who had no history of addiction. The addiction was considered major in only 1 instance. The drugs implicated were meperidine in 2 patients, Percodan in 1, and hydromorphone in 1. We therefore conclude that despite widespread use of narcotic drugs in hospitals, the development of addiction is rare in medical patients with no history of addiction. Now, all of us who practice evidence-based medicine would say a tiny paragraph like this should not be used to justify prescribing practices across multiple countries. But the sad reality is that's what happened. And what this diagram shows, and this comes from research that was done retroactively by colleagues at the University of Toronto, is it shows the degree to which that particular letter was cited. And the dark green areas are affirmational, meaning that this particular letter was cited in a way to confirm that the opioids were not addictive. And the ones that are in the other color here are negational, meaning that they were told to show that they used this article to show that opioids actually are addictive and that this was an unsafe way to promote these drugs. And as you can see, there was a huge spike in terms of this one article being cited over and over and over and over again. And really, article is an overstatement. Really, it's just a tiny little letter to the editor. But you can see how much this was cited over time. And you can see how this correlates in that time that we started to see an increased wave of prescription opioids and overdose deaths. On top of that, though, it wasn't just the fault of this one article. And the physicians involved with it were well-meaning people. They were just trying to publish an article in a journal. But there were other things that happened in our system more broadly that led to overprescribing of the opioids. And these included a few different things. So one of them, for example, was the fact that pain was identified as the 5th vital sign. And we had societies like the American Pain Society saying that if you were under-treating pain, that you were a bad doctor. The Joint Commission released a recommendation that said that opioids were safe and that we should use pain scales. And in fact, some hospitals went as far as creating patient experience surveys, and they tied compensation to that. So as a physician, if you were not liked by your patients, and liked in this case meant prescribing narcotics to them if they were experiencing pain, that you were a bad doctor, and therefore you would make less money by being penalized by your hospital. And in fact, there were even successful litigation cases against physicians for under-treating pain. So as a consequence, the profession started to lean towards prescribing these opioids quite liberally. And then when you have evidence coming from journals, or specifically one letter, but it looks as though multiple journals are saying that opioids are safe, but they're all quoting the same letter from 1980, you end up with a prescription opioid crisis like this, and you end up with overprescription of these drugs. We did realize that was a mistake when we started to see large rates of opioid deaths, and we started to also see rates of opioid use disorder significantly climb during that time. And so post-2010, countries like Canada did the following. They delisted slow-release oxycodone from provincial formularies. So the reason for that was that OxyContin was actually being abused. It was a slow-release formulation that could be crushed and injected. And so the federal government decided to delist that particular drug to try and curb some of what was happening. They introduced and strengthened prescription monitoring programs across the province. There was enhanced prescriber education. And there was select disciplinary action against people who were deemed to be overprescribers of opioids. And then there was the introduction of restrictive opioid prescribing guidelines, which happened in 2016, 2017. And public awareness campaigns, of course, around the harms related to opioid use. But one of the things that was mentioned today, which I think was a very apt statement, is that sometimes when we do something, we don't always appreciate the next phase or the next reaction that will happen. And as you can see here, once those measures were implemented around that 2010 era, you start to see the commonly prescribed opioids go down, and you start to see the rates of prescription opioids decrease. However, you then also see that there was a rise in heroin overdose deaths that started in 2010. And that is likely related to the fact that people became very scared of prescribing opioids. They thought that the college was going to come down on them. And so physicians started to cut people off. There wasn't really great guidance provided on how to taper people off of opioids safely. Really, in terms of treatment options, it wasn't very widely known or available or accessible. And so patients were left to their own devices. And unfortunately, they turned to the street. And then as we introduce more restrictive prescription guidelines as well around the narcotics and having lower dose regimens for patients on existing opioids, again, people may have started to turn to the street and started to seek other synthetic opioids and stronger opioids. And now we're facing a crisis of the other synthetic opioids like fentanyl, which has certainly outpaced heroin. And now we're seeing more and more patients using stronger opioids. And along with that, a higher rate of overdose deaths because of that. And so in the current state, 1 in 8 Canadians has an opioid prescription. And again, when we look at fentanyl compared to morphine, that's something that's 100 times stronger than morphine. So we're seeing people on much stronger doses and much stronger strength opioids currently. And as I said, 1 in 8 Canadians has an opioid prescription currently from their doctor. And in Ontario, at least 1 in 7 people have filled an opioid prescription. And this translates to about 2 million prescriptions a year. To 9 million prescriptions a year and 2 million people who have filled those prescriptions, so even higher than that. In terms of the COVID impact, we've seen the opioid overdose crisis dramatically worsen during the pandemic, with overdose deaths in Ontario increasing by 75% during the pandemic. And this is very recent data that's collected federally, which shows about 23,000 apparent opioid toxicity deaths between January 2016 and March 2021. The majority of deaths have occurred in British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. Most apparent opioid toxicity deaths are amongst males and individuals aged 20 to 49, and fentanyl analogs continue to be the major drivers of the crisis. And in addition, while certainly prescription opioids may have been that first wave, we're now seeing that 90% of accidental apparent opioid toxicity deaths from January to March 2021 involved a non-pharmaceutical opioid, meaning street opioids. So now we're dealing with a very, very different reality than what we were dealing with before, when it was the heroin crisis as a consequence of deprescribing. In addition, we have to keep in mind that the circumstances are changing even more. And so what this diagram shows is it's showing numbers of deaths. But what concerns me here and what keeps me up at night is the fact that we're also starting to see increasing deaths from non-opioids. So we're seeing increasing deaths from cocaine, for example, as well as psychostimulants with abuse potential. And what we're seeing on the ground here is that these substances are becoming contaminated. So when patients are buying cocaine off the street, they're dying from a fentanyl overdose because these patients have never had opioids before. And what they thought was cocaine actually was contaminated with fentanyl, and they end up dying from this. And we're certainly seeing higher and higher rates of that in terms of contamination of the drug supply. And that's why there is more and more energy being given and more support being given towards decriminalization of substances and potentially creating safe supply programs and opportunities for that, because we're recognizing that the drug supply has become toxic and that it's killing patients across the country. So how do we diagnose and treat addiction? And this will be the last part of my remarks today. So the DSM-5 criteria for opioid use disorder are listed here. I won't go through all of them to spare you that, but we do use evidence-based criteria in order to diagnose someone with an opioid use disorder. And there are different ways that we will define it, whether it's mild, moderate, or severe, and that depends on how many criteria the patient has met. There are also non-pharmacological options for opioid addiction treatment. These include things like peer support, motivational interviewing, and contingency management. And as well, we want to address the underlying triggers for use in a holistic way. It's important to note as well that we do have certain programs in place like supervised consumption sites, which can be very helpful for harm reduction. So Insight, which was one of the pioneers in BC, this was a safe supervised injection site where patients were able to obtain clean supplies and inject their substances under medical supervision. And we saw dramatic increases in terms of a 30% increase in detox use by facility users and a 75% change in their patterns of substance use and injection of substances. We also saw really great improvements in terms of safe practices like condom use, for example, showing the benefits of a program like this. And even though it was controversial in its time, it's now been established as a very safe and effective intervention for reducing the harms related to drug use. In terms of treatments, and I'll go through this part quickly in the interest of time, we do use different opioid agonist treatments, and these include methadone and buprenorphine, to essentially replace the illegal or misused opioids with a longer acting, less euphoric one. And what it is it's evidence-based, it reduces withdrawal and cravings, it reduces harms associated with opioid use, and it engages patients in counseling, support, and healthcare. And it also ultimately decreases morbidity and mortality, and it saves lives. And it improves participation in family life, social, and occupational activities. What it definitely isn't is it's not enabling addicts, it's not replacing one opioid with another, it is not doctors being drug dealers, and it is definitely not contributing to the opioid crisis. And certainly we do hear these misconceptions about it, even in the medical field, but this is certainly not the case. The evidence is clear regarding it, and I will just say that we certainly see higher retentions in treatment, less illicit opioid use, reduced risks of infection, overdose, and illegal activity, and ultimately better adherence to medication and psychological therapies. Another option apart from methadone is Suboxone, which is a safer alternative, and that's related to its pharmacokinetics. It's a partial opioid agonist, and so it allows people to potentially use Suboxone and have a lower risk of overdose from Suboxone, even if they can currently use other opioids. In addition, it also has naloxone, which is an opioid antagonist in it, and that's really just a deterrent from injection drug use. The naloxone doesn't work if you ingest Suboxone properly orally. But if someone injects Suboxone, then naloxone will actually block the effect and cause someone to experience withdrawal. I'm going to skip over these parts just because it talks a little bit about the pharmacokinetics, but happy to explain it to anyone who's interested. And as I said, there's a lesser overdose effect from Suboxone or buprenorphine compared to methadone because of the fact that it's a partial agonist, so there's a ceiling effect. In terms of other new developments, there is even more emerging in the field. So now we have implants that are available where you can have a continuous release formulation of Suboxone or buprenorphine that's going underneath the skin. And those implants can last for 6 months. So you can give someone a continuous release of the buprenorphine to manage their withdrawal. You give them the implant and they don't have to worry about it for 6 months. So really amazing development. There's also Similarly, a once monthly injection that can also be used to treat opioid use disorder. And this avoids patients needing to come to see us every week, needing to go to the pharmacies constantly. They can just get their injection once a month or their implant every 6 months. And those are examples of what they look like. In terms of the testimonials that we hear, I'll just read the last one, which is the whole stereotype that surrounds methadone prevents so many people from getting involved. People need to know that methadone is okay and that it works. And if you look at some of these other testimonials here, you'll see that people have been able to get their lives back because of the fact that they're no longer having to use illegal drugs. They have a safer alternative. They don't have to worry about the toxic drug supply. And it's something that's treatable. It's something that's a medical condition, just like blood pressure or diabetes, which I treat all the time as a family doctor. This is like that. It's something that we can give people a therapy for, and they can manage it. And it gives them a lot more agency and power back. And lastly, addiction is a health condition, not a criminal one. If there is one thing you can take from my talk today, that would be it. And I want to thank you all for your time today. It's been such a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much for all of that information and also for your ongoing contributions to the addictions treatment sector. Your insight coupled with your empathic approach are so critical in our effort to mitigate the opioid crisis. So thank you so much again. I'm going to move us on, and I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and that is Ali Hunter. Ali is an internationally recognized subject matter expert, trainer, consultant, and speaker on the overdose epidemic and recovery-oriented policing. Ali is the executive director of the Police Assisted Addiction and Recovery Initiative, providing training and technical assistance to hundreds of communities to help create non-arrest pathways to treatment and recovery. In the spring of 2017, Ali received a Nonprofit Excellence Award for the Massachusetts Nonprofit Network, and in 2019, Ali was selected for the Social Innovation Forum Social Innovator Accelerator Program. In the fall of 2018, Ali received an AmeriCorps Excellence Award for her groundbreaking Recovery Corps program. She's also a certified instructor of the CCAR Recovery Coach Academy and Recovery Coaching Basics course, and a BSAS Certified Recovery Coach Supervisor. Ali holds a Bachelor in Politics from, I'm not going to say this correctly, but also a Master's in International Development from Ohio University and a certificate in Nonprofit Leadership from Boston University's Questrom School of Business. She's also driven by her lived experience with close family members impacted by addictions. So without further ado, Ali, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you for having me today. I am going to share my screen as well and really pick up where our last presenter left off. So I'm here from the United States, Massachusetts on the East Coast, and I'm here to share a little bit about a movement that was started by police departments in the area, really recognizing that addiction is a disease, not a crime, and we are not going to be able to arrest our way out of this. So what we do as an organization, as I'll go over the next 10-ish minutes, is we try to support police departments to create programs that serve as an entry point for people struggling with addiction, ultimately saving lives and reducing crime, and really contributing to this paradigm shift away from arrest-first approaches to addiction and towards more recovery-oriented programming. So I guess I'll also share, as my bio said a little bit, this work is really significant to me because I have loved ones that have struggled with addiction, including my younger sister who struggled with opioid addiction for several years and has survived about 13 overdoses before finding recovery. And I think her experience for me definitely highlights just how important it is to have first responders that carry Narcan and that are willing to, be part of someone's recovery journey. And she wouldn't be here without those first responders. So I see firsthand just how difficult it is for people to access treatment, even when they want it, and what a big role police can play in changing how communities address addiction. So I'm happy to be here again from Massachusetts and just sharing a bit about the movement that we've built, and in the hopes that you might be able to join us and start something similar in your communities. So, this is, again, a little bit of a US focus, but there's so many similarities in terms of how this is impacting the US and Canada. Fatal overdoses across the United States are up about 29% over the last year and a half. Of course, this has been exacerbated by COVID-19 and overshadowed by COVID-19, making people more vulnerable than ever. So we actually, a couple of weeks ago, the CDC kind of shared their preliminary data that we, for the first time, had over 100,000 fatal overdoses in the 12-month period that ended in April 2021. So I think that milestone certainly, encourages us to redouble our efforts and think about how to approach this crisis differently. And another really important thing that I always keep in mind, because we work with law enforcement, we're able to see some of their local data more real time. And what we've found is that there's about 9 non-fatal overdoses for every 1 fatal overdose. So just imagine what that number would look like if it weren't for, the ability to revive an overdose with Narcan. But the first bullet point, I think, is really one of the key things that we're looking to address here. The idea that 89% of people who have a substance use disorder don't have access to treatment. And this is a gap that, is quite significant, and law enforcement can be part of addressing that. So why police? This is certainly something that feels like a public health issue, and but in many ways, police are closest to the problem. They interact with individuals who use drugs, whether it's through 911 calls for service related to addiction, or different, opioid reversals, overdose reversals. They're closest to this population. So I think that gives them access and that front row seat to be able to be part of the solution. Also, police are natural problem solvers, looking for more tools in the toolkit. And for many of them, their training didn't involve how to help people connect to the services that were really underlying the criminal behavior. So this problem solver dynamic is really helpful because police are looking for the right tools to address the issues that they're responding to in the community. And then the number one reason that people become police officers is to help others. So kind of tapping into that is something that these programs and these approaches can help do. And again, ultimately saving lives and reducing crime. So again, PARI's model, Police Assisted Addiction and Recovery Initiative, we're really trying to recognize that arrest and incarceration for an individual who is struggling with a substance use disorder is really just going to be a revolving door that's expensive and time consuming and ultimately not effective, especially, the definition of addiction being that people continue use despite negative consequences. So it's not the type of thing where a negative consequence is typically going to motivate someone to begin their recovery. So really looking to give police the ability to connect people to treatment and recovery, which has better outcomes in terms of community safety and well-being. So PARI, again, recognizing that police have this front row seat in the community. We're a nonprofit organization, and we really try to help form public health, public safety partnerships. By doing so, departments are saving lives, reducing crime, keeping people out of the criminal justice system, and ultimately improving their communities. So we work with about 700 law enforcement partners in 40 states and a couple in Canada. I'll show you the map in a couple slides. This has absolutely been a growing movement. We've only been in existence for about 6 years, and we've just been on a growth trajectory that entire time, because I think there is this universal recognition that police are not going to arrest their way out of this, but at the same time, looking for guidance and support on what to do differently. So that's kind of where PARI comes in, where if a department is interested in approaching addiction differently, we give them the tools and the training on how to do that. So we were started in a small town called Gloucester, Massachusetts. It's known as a fishing town. And there was a series of fatal overdoses in 2015. And what the chief at the time and the mayor at the time decided to do was establish their police station as a safe station where anyone could walk in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and receive an immediate referral to treatment. Pretty simple concept, but also pretty significant in terms of shifting the role of police in the community. And, the police department being one of the few places that's open 24/7, this just created a new, a location for people to seek services. One component of the program was also that people could turn in drugs or paraphernalia without fear of arrest. which, to be honest, was not very commonly done, but it did help kind of reframe the role of police and build trust so that people really could see law enforcement as helping them, as opposed to this being some type of a way to have some type of punitive action. So it really shaped kind of community trust in the program. We started the program with volunteers that were called angels, but it evolved into more of a team-based approach. And now they have a full-time recovery coach and designated officers who really head up the initiative. So the goal, quite simply, was to prevent overdose deaths and to create this simple entry point to treatment when the individual was ready, when they were at that kind of stage of change, when they were in action mode. I know from personal experience, there were so many times with my sister where she was interested in treatment and would make some calls or show up to a crisis center, but didn't have a ride, or there wasn't a bed available, or something happened and that window of opportunity closed. So what this is really trying to do is create that entry point so treatment is more accessible when individuals are ready. And it shifted the kind of the role of the police department away from this enforcement style response to addiction to more of this helping and partnering kind of a role. Again, program components were changed over time. They added new program elements and approached this in a much more holistic way. To be honest, when they started, they were really just thinking about, okay, what I'm doing here is I'm getting people into detox. And now it's really evolved into helping people to support their basic needs, get connected to housing and employment, supporting family members, doing community events. And so it's a much more comprehensive program as opposed to just a simple entry point into detox. We had a letter, I will clarify too, this is a letter that was published at that New England Journal of Medicine based on a research project that the Boston University School of Public Health did on the first year of the Gloucester project. And essentially what it showed is that the department was effective at getting people into treatment, and that participants shared that they were treated more positively at the station than in their past attempts seeking services. So it's kind of simultaneously calling out that there's work to be done in the healthcare system, and also that police, when trained and when they have this kind of mindset shift, can be very effective at getting people into treatment. So that's just the letter. So from that, the program caught national attention, and it sparked this interest with departments that were recognizing that what they were doing was not working, but they didn't know what else to do. So PARI was created as a nonprofit organization to try to provide that training and technical assistance to help departments either replicate that program model or to start a program that was kind of appropriate for their community. So we're headquartered in Boston. I'm actually sitting in a station in Lynn, Massachusetts, just a little bit north of Boston, where we just did a training and convening on one of our projects. But any police department can join, totally free to join. This is our map that I mentioned. As you could imagine, where we started in New England, we have quite a few partners. We have a ton of partners in the kind of Michigan area, Illinois, and then other parts of the country, I think, are still kind of learning about what we do and how we support departments. We have just a couple partners in Canada, but perhaps there'll be some interest after today's call. That would be wonderful. So there's 4 primary program models. The first one, self-referral, is really the model that they had in Gloucester. The other 3 models are based on the concept of outreach, either outreach following an incident like a non-fatal overdose, outreach based on risk and identification of an individual who might be at risk for overdosing, or officer referral, which is the idea that any officer at any point during patrol or in general, any encounter with someone struggling with substance use disorder is an opportunity. And so with the right training, the right tools, they'll be able to connect people to treatment and services as just part of what it means to be a police officer. So when we work with a new department or new community, we really tailor the program to fit them. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. They could take components of multiple program models and adjust them. But really the idea is that we're trying to work with people at the community level in a non-coercive way. So these are all based on voluntary engagement with law enforcement. It's not a kind of diversion program where if you say, no, thanks, I'm not interested in a referral to treatment, you'd get arrested. That's not really the idea. The idea is that police are able to connect with people on a voluntary, non-coercive basis at the points of contact that they already have and facilitate those referrals. But one key theme is definitely that the programs continue to adapt and evolve over time. And this is still a relatively new field. So there's a ton of innovation still happening. And we're still kind of like building the evidence base of which program components are most effective at saving lives and reducing crime. So I kind of shared a little bit of this already, but just the idea that, you know, most departments, their motivation for joining PARI and starting a program is to save lives. In some cases, it's also to reduce crime, or they might be looking to address a specific issue like homelessness in their community and how that co-occurs with substance use disorder. It's diverting people away from the criminal justice system, improving trust and collaboration, and ultimately is more cost effective. So PARI does a bunch of training and technical assistance, whether it's a 2-hour training or a 30-hour training. We have resources online, lots of different templates and examples, so you don't have to start from scratch. We do a national summit. We have a program that was mentioned in my bio where we place service members into police departments as recovery coaches and as program coordinators. So there's a lot of different ways that we can help departments. There was a recent publication in the International Journal of Drug Policy with these 5 kind of key themes. I think the couple that I'll point out, one is just how critical partnerships are. 2 is how critical high-level leadership is. So essentially the chief of police having some buy-in. And then the 5th bullet point that I think is interesting is that these programs contribute to a shift in beliefs about substance use disorder among police officers. So when they start implementing a program, they might feel differently than how they feel over time through implementing the program. So takeaways, I'd love for you guys to check out our resources and materials and think about if you'd like to bring this to your community, either because you don't have any programming happening right now, or perhaps it could enhance whatever you are doing already. Or if you have the most amazing program out there, I'd love to learn from you so that we can bring that to our other partners as well. But I will wrap there to hand it off to our next presenter. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was having trouble getting my video camera back on. Thank you so much, Ali, for your presentation. That was phenomenal, and certainly I really appreciated how your program or your model leveraged the strengths of the police force, specifically around their problem-solving abilities and their strong desire to help others. I thought that was really innovative in addressing the opioid crisis head-on. So certainly, I think that you've certainly given us a lot of food for thought, and my wheels are turning, and I'm thinking about how do we replicate a model similar in sort of our region, and I'm sure others are thinking the same. So thank you so much. I did notice that there was a question, and I'm just going to hold it down until our next presenter has had an opportunity to present, and then we'll go back to those questions. So last but certainly not least, we have Haley Rymack. Haley is a lawyer with Rise Women's Legal Center in Vancouver. Prior to working with Rise, Haley worked with the Federal Crown in Winnipeg and in Vancouver. She holds a Master of Law from the University of British Columbia, and her findings are published in the Dalhousie Law Journal and the Manitoba Criminal Law Journal. She's currently a PhD student at the University of British Columbia, where she's conducting research on family violence and the family law system. Haley is also has a consulting practice where she assists with designing and conducting thoughtful research that advances systemic change. So, Haley, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Is everyone able to see my slides and hear me okay? Thanks. Okay, great. Well, it's such a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to be talking today about some of my findings from my master's research on how the criminal justice system has responded to street level trafficking. And as Mary has introduced me as, my background is I worked with the Federal Crown in both Manitoba, in Winnipeg, and in Vancouver between 2015 and 2019. And also I have done research on the criminal justice system's response to street level trafficking. So what we know is the way the criminal justice system has responded sort of as a textbook, besides from the innovative programs that focus on rehabilitation, is really once the crisis started, there's been an emphasis on deterrence. And the idea behind that is that courts are trying to send a message that trafficking in fentanyl will lead to a serious sentence, which ultimately leads to longer jail terms. And that's despite that many people who traffic at the street level, or another way of saying that is at a low level, are themselves people who are using substances and are often trafficking as a survival technique in terms of being able to get substances themselves. And one study found 40 to 50% of people using drugs in that study were also selling drugs. So this idea of sending a message that if you traffic in this strong substance, you're going to end in having a really serious penalty, which is this long jail term, is actually being implemented on the very people that are also most at risk of overdose and are the ones using fentanyl themselves. And what happens in the criminal justice system is that people who end up before it are the ones that are more easily detected by and large. So while police are doing innovative and elaborate long-term investigations for wiretaps and trying to get at people dealing and importing in higher quantities, what is often very common is for people to come before the courts who are dealing at these low levels because they're easily detected. So when people enter into prison, it's a very dangerous time for them because they're potentially not able to use, or they're going through a period of abstinence, depending on where they're incarcerated, or if they're going to be going for bail or those types of things. So they're then, when they're released, because they don't have the tolerance, because they haven't been using in the same way they were before they were incarcerated, they're facing a 3 to 8-fold increase of overdose within the first 2 weeks upon release. So there's been a lot of conversation today in earlier presentations as well about the harms of prisons and being removed from your community, your supports, your housing, any sort of employment. And what we know about prisons is that they're potentially, not necessarily helpful in rehabilitation because they're designed to be punitive. But further to that, when you take someone in mind who's been using fentanyl, they're also potentially at this increase of overdose death after being incarcerated. And really, as has been talked about by Dr. Damji as well, research shows that laws and policies surrounding drug use have a negative effect on the health of people living with addiction, and yet it's estimated that 56 to 90% of people who inject drugs will be incarcerated at some stage of their life. So I can't say it better than Michael Jackson, so I'll read his quote here. "Society has spent millions of dollars over the years to create and maintain the proven failures of prisons. Incarceration has failed its two essential purposes: correcting the offender and providing permanent protection to society." What should be implemented, and what many people here I know are a part of, is evidence-based harm reduction responses. So criminal justice system should be led by what's already existing evidence-based harm reduction responses. So for example, the Insight and other supervised injection sites, as well as projects like the Naomi Project, where people who use substances were provided with medical grade heroin, dicetyl morphine 2 to 3 times a day. And it took out the criminalized aspect of using drugs, and they were able to focus on other aspects of their lives instead of constantly trying to access drugs. And it had overall hugely positive impact in their life and no negative impact in the surrounding community. Expansion of community sports and diversion programs, as well as every response should be meaningfully informed by people who are using substances, recognizing they're the real experts. They'll know what policies will work and will be effective, and they should of course be paid for their time, and consideration should be put to them on how they want to be incorporated into meaningful sort of evaluations of proposals. So there are alternative measures that I think a lot of people who are attending today are maybe a part of those, or have these innovative programs that are based in harm reduction. But just overall, the criminal justice system and sort of the letter of sentencing principles aren't necessarily rooted within that. And certainly the response for fentanyl trafficking hasn't been rooted in that. And that's one reason for that is, as many people experience potentially in your work, there's scarce availability for alternative measures. So drug treatment courts, which are often very effective and have really positive results, particularly for the people within them, are very limited. So there's only one, for example, in the province of BC. Also, there's a lot of reasons people can't get into these types of diversion programs and alternative programs. Whereas you never hear in court judges and lawyers talking about, we can't send this person to jail because there's no space, but you hear that all the time for rehabilitation options. And included within this is that, there's a lot of research surrounding the connection with safe housing and having treatment opportunities as alternatives. So while substance use can lead to harms to individuals and families, many of these harms really derive from the problematic public policies and structural inequity. And most people who use drugs do so without significant harms to themselves or others. And this is sort of detached from the toxic supply issue. If people were given a safe supply, the real harm is actually within the criminalization of the behavior of drug use. So drug criminalization has also amplified structural inequities in Canada, and these have contributed to First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and Black people being disproportionately and negatively impacted by much higher rates of criminal prosecution and incarceration. So when we talk about having these longer prison sentences, we know that they're actually impacting the people who systemically are already having longer periods of time in custody. There's a big need for decriminalization. I know we're maybe a bit a ways from that, particularly when we talk about street level trafficking, but we're getting steps closer when we talk about simple possession, more so in practice than necessarily the actual legislation. But illicit drug overdoses are caused by this toxic supply. People aren't able to have control over what substance they're using because it's an illegal market, and people need access to the safe drug supply. One study found that 1 in 8 Canadians have a close friend or family member who's become dependent on opioids. So just to say, it's such a pervasive problem. I want to end on one positive. So earlier this month, there was a decision from the BC Provincial Court in Campbell River, and the judge concluded that people with addictions who sell small quantities of drugs at the street level for the primary purpose of ensuring their own drug supply are far less morally culpable than those farther up the hierarchy. And that case relied on expert evidence from Ryan McNeil, who's a professor at Yale and the director of harm reduction research there. And he came to testify about the harms of prison sentences. So for anyone practicing and taking case law to court, this is a really interesting case. And the judge ultimately found we're in a really different time right now. This isn't 2015, where fentanyl was rare and we were trying to deter and make sure that people knew that they had to be really cautious about selling this. This is really a time where the research shows that fentanyl is in a lot of the substances, and it's hard to even just get heroin, or and many substances are actually contaminated. So this whole piece of trying to deter and send this strong message is really detached from the reality that 90% of illicit opioids are containing fentanyl. So a few things to consider, because I also recognize that the main recommendation of decriminalization isn't necessarily helpful to our day-to-day work in the criminal justice system. I was thinking, one piece of information you could take on how to sort of incorporate the information from today and from throughout the conference is to sort of take a 30-minute window in your calendar next week and just reflect on your own practices. I know many people here, you're leaders in harm reduction practices in your own work, and you have incredibly innovative programming, and you're coming at sort of these issues from all different angles and lenses. But to think of what ways could you further incorporate harm reduction practices into your work, and is there something from today that you could potentially share with your staff in an email or in a meeting? Because a lot of these really groundbreaking advancements in the criminal justice system, or the big case, for example, of Insight or drug treatment courts, when they first started, they really just start as these ideas and they blossom into these huge, programs that then have countrywide effects. And while the criminal justice system sort of has this harmful, punitive approach that is going to take a while possibly to break down, particularly for more serious offenses, those individual actions that actors within the criminal justice system, from sheriffs, probation officers, lawyers, judges, social workers, counselors, people working with people in the justice system, those will have huge impacts on people's lives and safety. So thank you so much. I have my contact information here. I'm happy to talk beyond that, but I'll stop for now because I think I'm out of time.
Thank you so much, Haley. Your research is so insightful, and certainly it causes us to stop and think about our own work and what we do, how we proceed with folks who are involved in the justice system. And I really appreciated your last remarks around that, taking the time to self-reflect, not only for your own growth, but also to let certain ideas and innovations sort of percolate and potentially seed and grow. And to your point, from treatment courts and all of those other innovative ideas, they started with an idea, and look how they've grown, and look how they're having a positive impact on those who interact in the justice system. So we certainly do really appreciate the research that you do, and hope that the system can benefit from that research. And we know that evidence-based harm reduction is key in working with this opioid crisis. So thank you again. I'm going to move us. I do appreciate that we are running short on time, but there was a question that I saw in the Q&A, and I just wanted to bring this one up. So Ali, I think it was directed to you, but I can leave it kind of open. Haley and Dr. Damji, you might have some insights as well, but the question was really around, in your observations, how have you noticed sort of police shifting their perspectives, or shifting their practices in order to gain sort of the trust and respect amongst marginalized populations where they may not have had those good interactions before?
Yeah, I mean, I can start, maybe just give a couple examples. I think one of the most significant things that we've done to help with that culture change is embedding people with lived experience who are in recovery into police departments as recovery coaches. And the power of having someone with lived experience co-responding and working alongside law enforcement, I think, does a lot to help with this kind of organic shift, one officer at a time, of how they think about addiction, and having someone that they trust and have a rapport with, and being able to ask questions and learn from someone's lived experience, and also just see the positive side of recovery being possible. I think a lot of police, they see the negative side of addiction, they see the criminality, they see the overdoses, and they don't necessarily get to see people thriving in recovery. And so having the opportunity to see the success stories, showing them that recovery is possible, that the work that they're doing matters, I think goes a long way. Also, a lot of the training, like the first part of the presentation, a lot of the training that we do just around understanding addiction, and kind of shifting it away from being seen as a moral failing or a crime or a choice, and understanding the way it affects the brain, and even things like social determinants and adverse childhood experiences. Like, police are not trained on that type of thing. And so having a non-judgmental learning environment where they can learn those things, I think is all contributing towards culture change. But in my experience, police are really motivated by the idea of saving lives. So when I see police embracing things like harm reduction and all these other kind of innovative things that 10 years ago no one was doing, it's truly their heart is trying to save lives, is what I've kind of experienced.
Thank you so much, Ali. And to Dr. Damji and to Haley, in the work that you do, how are you seeing a shift amongst your colleagues?
So maybe I can start from the medical perspective. So certainly I've seen a shift in terms of my colleagues kind of better appreciating harm reduction. I do recall there was a time where the idea of having patients or clients who use substances coming into a medical facility, administering, potentially contaminated heroin that has fentanyl on site, on premises, and providing them with needles and coaching and, advice in terms of safer ways to inject would have been completely ludicrous and unacceptable in the medical community. And even when I went to visit Insights when I was a medical student, that sentiment was still quite prevalent in terms of this being something very experimental and a bit out there. I would say I've noticed since being in practice now, and I started my practice in 2019, it seems as though the acceptance of these types of models has shifted, and we see evidence and really hard evidence that they are effective evidence-based treatments that do save lives. Is it perfect? No, in terms of, the profession, and certainly there are people that still carry those views, and that can be very challenging for the clients and patients who are living with substance use. But I'm hoping that as we continue to build more and more mass around this, more and more advocacy around it, as we see, our medical officers of health in Toronto, for example, coming out and saying that we need to decriminalize possession of substances, I'm hoping that also will translate into our medical profession more broadly, but there's a lot of work still to be done.
And I can just add that one of my papers was published just last year in 2020, and I'm delighted to say that many of my recommendations are sort of old now, and that it's old research, and people have, it's been incorporated in various ways. So things like red zones where people weren't allowed to be released to certain areas, and these conditions like not being able to use or abstain conditions, and not being able to carry harm reduction supplies, so not being able to have any drug paraphernalia. Those conditions, are now sort of accepted to be just a way of penalizing people who use substances, as well as the conversation surrounding decriminalization has expanded in such a huge way, where chief of police in many departments have sort of called for the decriminalization of simple possession. And we know that while it's maybe not the letter of the law as of now, it's really the practice in many urban centers that to take this harm reduction approach at the policing level. And I mean, this case that I shared in my last slide, RV Ellis, we'll enjoy it while we can, because I think it might be appealed within the month. But it's just a huge step towards a judge and an expert and everyone sort of coming together in this decision to say that prison isn't what is appropriate in this situation, whereas that's really what has been in that exact scenario, just sort of expected up until now.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. And we have just one more question. They're very similar, so I'm just going to throw them out there just because we do have a couple minutes if you all are still free. So the one individual indicated, for me, I work in residential facility attached and funded by hospital, so it's very medical model based and led. And I am totally lost for how harm reduction approach can be incorporated. I am very inquisitive and open-minded. Any ideas or suggestions? And then that's a follow-up to another individual who agreed, who also works in primary care, the front line, and they want to know more about how they can incorporate harm reduction into their jobs. So whoever wants to answer that.
I can start with it. Sorry, Ali, I'll say something super quick, but just to say, I see Ali's comment, which is open-mindedness, which I was just going to add. Sometimes, everyone is trying to do their job well, and there's lots of rules in order to do that. And those rules maybe are completely contrary to what you actually want to implement for a harm reduction evidence-based approach. But having this open-mindedness piece and really every one of your interactions sort of being rooted in meeting people where they're at, that's one of the fundamental pieces of harm reduction. So while maybe the policies and rules of your actual workplace don't foster that, you as an individual, I know it's very hard, but that's just one sort of piece that you can control, is how you interact with people.
Yeah, and thank you. I'll maybe just add, so a big part of what we're doing is helping law enforcement be open-minded to harm reduction. And in many ways, I feel like we're hiding harm reduction within engagement. So we're calling it, oh, these are fentanyl test strips to help you engage with people. And, you know, this is recovery coaching and motivational interviewing to help you engage with people. So we're kind of like packaging it slightly differently so that it's a bit more palatable. And I see that as like us meeting our law enforcement partners where they're at and figuring out, okay, what are the components that they're open-minded to, and just kind of take it step by step. You know, we don't need to force them to do something that they're not quite comfortable with, but there are things that we can agree on. And I put in the chat a little bit that in the last 18 months in particular, I've seen a lot more open-mindedness towards things like fentanyl test strips, because I think it's just a byproduct of the pandemic. People are just kind of a little bit more willing to think outside the box and a little bit more willing to just kind of go for it, as opposed to spending 6 months planning and discussing. It's just sort of like, let's just try it. So I think that this is a moment to be potentially, you know, doing these pilots or innovations, and you can sort of reframe it or message it in a way that doesn't feel quite as, I don't know, controversial as it could be felt to others.
Yeah, and working in the health system as well, I would echo all that's been said as well. I think that there's such a ripe opportunity for innovation right now. And the other thing I would just add on to it is just not to go at it alone. I think that from my experience working in leadership in the health system, if you can build, you know, a coalition of people, you know, use opportunities like this conference today to connect with others in your region, or even just around the table here today, and bring that forward, because it's one thing if you're one person in a large institution trying to advocate for change, and certainly that's possible, but it's much more effective if you're able to mobilize additional clinicians from other departments, members of the community who are concerned. If it's part of a hospital, maybe getting members of the hospital board involved, and just kind of being around those tables and seeing that with some of the other hats I wear. I think the most successful, you know, radical, even though it's not really radical, as we all know, this is really evidence-based stuff, but radical to potentially other people around that table. It's helpful if you bring other people that they know and respect to join you in that. And the nice thing is we have data now. Before, you know, we were dealing in a vacuum where a lot of this stuff was theoretical, and even though it was on the nose in terms of it actually being correct, we didn't have a lot of data to back it up. That's a very different reality now. We have data from Insights showing the benefits of harm reduction. We have documents from public health, you know, that show the evidence around these interventions. So definitely use that to your advantage and don't go at it alone.
Absolutely. I agree with all three of you. And I think it's important as well that, you know, that is why His Honor created this committee. That is why we're having this annual conference right now. We have to be able to engage in these conversations, educate each other, partner up, and work together to make the changes that we want to see. Well, it might feel very overbearing and difficult being one person in a big environment, trying to advocate for change. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing these things. So thank you to all three of you very much. Very insightful, very helpful. A great way to finish off day one of the conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, everyone. So that is day one of our conference for today. I hope everyone really enjoyed the content. Just keeping in mind, we do have another 2 days ahead of us. If you have not yet registered for those, you can go to our website, which is justicetreatment.org, and you can register for the next 2 days. Just a couple reminders, our recording will be available in about 7 to 10 business days once we have completed the entire conference. And if anyone has any questions or concerns, you can always feel free to reach out to His Honor or myself. And we are very glad that you came today. So everyone take good care, have a nice evening, and we hope to see you tomorrow.